sunnuntai. Ei ole ehtinyt pelailemaan tässä oikein yhtään mitään. Viime aikoina, kun oli hektistä kaveriautojen muutos. Piti kyllä yhdeltä muuttaa jo, mutta päästiin vasta muuttaa 8, kun oli pakettiauto-ongelmia. Ja siinä meni mukavasti koko päivä. Oli muuten viimeksi vissi Windows-päivityksen ansiosta. Siinä edellisessä videossa, koska en jaksanut tarkistaa asiaa, koska en jaksa ikinä tarkistaa mitään. Niin. Windows-päivityksen takia default-mikki laitettu päälle tämän Jetin sijaan tuo asetuksissa. Eli kuulosti ihan tuun kauhealta. Se niinku mikin laatu siinä lähetyksessä. Olen todella pahoilla. Nyt sit taas niinku tulee taas semmonen, pitäisikö näitä niinku testaa joskus, mutta sitten kun ei jaksa testaa. Ei jaksa testaa. Mä testaan nyt kuuluuks vaikka. Nyt sen pitäis kuulostaa ihan hyvältä. Kun on valittu oikeat asetukset. Jatketaan tästä chapteroisesta numero 6 ja pistää ihan peliruutu eikä toi striimiruutu näkyviin. Vähän helpompi pelata itelle.
Listen. So then.
So now let's just get a concrete answer.
In other words.
Let's ask Monokuma if there's a problem with you escaping.
However. Because so right. Indeed.
Monokuma should be in the gym.
Shall we go?
Let's get going. Voidaanko me varppaa sinne? Cool. Ihana.
Well now. I don't believe it! Pung!
What?
Shing! Making me...
Right. However, now,
Huh? Hey!
because
Saatana, mikä... Varmaan tuossa joku uusi koronaflunssa taas. Just kun vanhasta selvisi.
in other words, however, right, indeed. However, am I wrong?
Makoto didn't kill Mukuro. You did.
Listen to me.
Well?
Well, that doesn't matter. That's right. Because however,
What the heck?
indeed. Hey,
If you were to execute Makoto now, everyone out there watching this would be extremely displeased.
indeed. Listen to me.
Despair can never kill hope.
Hey, that's what we have to do. It's true.
To do Mukura's trial over again. Hey,
It's
Hey!
time for one last showdown.
it's time for one
final
last
battle between
showdown.
hope and despair.
Ja se puhukin kaiken loppuun. Huomenta Vihti.
Hey,
Barrett! What's wrong?
in other words,
You guys! I can barely Barrett! You guys! I can barely contain myself!
it's true.
You guys!
Listen to me. Hey,
What's wrong?
hey, listen.
Now I'm really angry!
Whew.
Hey!
Hey, however, whew. So, because so listen. Indeed. However, in other words, so it would seem in other words, correct. Hey. That's right. It's true. Makoto. In other words, at the very least, indeed. Right. It's true. Indeed. In other words, however, wrong. Whew. However, correct. Hey. However, anyway, shall we go?
Shall we go? Yes. Mennään dormseihin.
Hey. Hei.
Kukaan ei oo täällä. Vaikka oli puhetta, että ne on ehkä täällä. Kukaan ei oo täällä. Hei. Eikö niistä kukaan oo täällä? Missä ne voi olla yöaikaan? Näetkö mä kartasta? Ei edes näytä mulle kaikkia kerroksia, tuo näyttää vaan noin muutamat. Ai täällä pystyy tekemään tälleen. Mäkin miettinyt, että tässä on tosi hankala kääntyä. Oho. Nyt tänne pitänyt mennä, mutta no. Käytiin nyt kattoo.
However,
Is that...
You guys!
It is! There's no two ways about it. It's Makoto.
you survived?
Jeez, you're like a stubborn little cockroach, you know that?
I'm just asking to make sure, but you're not a ghost, right?
What?
What the heck? Yo! You know?
That's right.
I'm telling you! Makoto,
Vihdoinkin joku, joka haisee pahemmalta kuin Toko.
Yes.
it's true. In other words,
We're going to redo Mukura's trial.
How about that?
wrong.
I see.
Huh?
That's right. However,
What did you say?
however,
Huh?
correct.
Naturally.
Don't be mean!
About that. Huh? But...
Anyway,
Oh!
I hate you! Anyway,
Interesting.
But...
I... Indeed.
I see.
Huh?
So, in other words... In other words... That's right.
way!
Indeed.
Well, but
I'm right, right?
You've all probably at this point, the killing game has now entered true ending mode.
True ending mode.
So, in the name of fairness, I will unlock every room in the school. Look wherever you want. Solve the mystery in whatever way you see fit. Then we can all...
Okei. Selvä.
That's fine. In the name of my family.
At this point, I can rely only on myself, on the Togami blood flowing through my veins.
Goodbye.
Hey,
Indeed.
you know,
just a second.
how about that?
I'm gonna use my totally awesome spirit power to figure out the mastermind's identity. Siitä ei tule yhtään mitään. Hyvä. Ei tarvitse takaa mennä.
But, cause I mean, huh? But, okay.
Indeed. However, so so then, correct. Makoto.
Investigate. Latest check has been added to the truth bullet section. Kätevä. Neloskerros. Headmaster's room. Mennään vaikka sinne eka. Oh, Makoto, it's you. Oh, piakkio.
Come on, not possible. Such ignorance.
Hei, toi ei oo sun oma teos, saatana. Jästipää. Ai, pitikö se nyt sit tän kautta siltä? Oi Jeesus sentään.
So in other words,
Class 78.
I see. In other words,
Mukura's profile actually contains 2 pages. Nice.
so in other words,
There was more information about Mukura.
interesting.
Mukura reappeared suddenly, and in the background an entity floats, close but just out of reach. The entity known as the Ultimate Despair. Right now I can't be sure if this is a single person or some kind of group. Whatever it is, Mukura definitely has some sort of connection to it. I have a bad feeling about all this. I need to push forward with my research into the Ultimate Despair. And I need to pay attention to Mukura's behavior too. This is just my gut feeling, but I think she's dangerous. Despite the countless battles she must have gone through as a member of Fenrir, when she entered Hope's-Peak, she didn't display any signs of battle wounds or scars. That fact alone proves her tremendous skill in battle. Naturally, I want to believe in her. She's one of my students after all. But if I decide she's a danger to the other students, I will be forced to take all reasonable measures. Mukura was part of the Ultimate Despair. I don't think there can be any doubt about it now. Bum ba dum ba dum.
What? That's fine.
I should probably point out one other thing. There's another important bit of information within the file that you should note. Did you notice the picture in there? That should be enough for you to figure out who the girl is. Yeah.
Stop talking. It's all clear now.
Back to being Byaku as errand boy.
In other words,
My hunches tend to be right. Ei nyt ihan aina oikeeseen kammettella Byakyalla. Ja sen päätelmät ja muut, missä sit piti käydä? Data center has door with Monokuma logo.
Hey, Makoto.
Hey Makoto.
Yeah. But, I mean,
Hina pelkää, että tää räjähtää tää ovi, se ei uskalla avata, ja sit tosiaan, että avaa sinänsä.
Okay.
Eiköhän toi meinaa, että Monokuma ilmestyi datacenteri. Kuulosti ainakin siltä ääneltä. Ja kyllähän se näin on.
What? Say what? Hello. Found it. Too bad.
Täältä ohjataan Monokumaa. Tuossa on jopa musta ja valkoinen tassukin, mikä ohjata.
Hey,
But
Nice.
um, has I'm so
Yes, let's get going. 5th floor biolab. Pitää vielä jotain tsekattavaa, kun ei voi lähteä. Ja mitä vittua? No. Ai, tästä tulee demo, sen takia sieltä ei voinut lähteä pois. Se tuli ihan saettiin sen lattialuukun kautta sinne se Mastermind.
just a second.
Hey, Yep. Yes, indeed.
Correcta mundo. No se lattialuukku. Mä koitin tutkia sitä, mutta sitä ei saanut tutkia. Joten fuck off.
Too bad.
So
Sinne ei pääse enää tutkimaan.
huh? Sorry. Okay. You got it.
Got it. Ja nyt sinne vitoseen. Bio. Bio. No, miksi jostain pöydästä tulee tommonen, että onpa täällä ihan helvetti kylmä. Ovatko ne ruumiita varten kylmäkaappeja? Emme tiedä vielä. No nyt tähän tuli tää oh, there's some kind of booklet here. Äsken kun meni pöydän ääreen tuli täällä on kylmä. We offer an eco-friendly alternative to standard dry ice for all your cadaver needs. In addition to the germicidal lamps, we also provide an ozone generator for the removal of ethylene gas. Simply insert the cadaver and the blue light will let you know the automated systems have activated. Temperature and humidity levels will be adjusted automatically for optimum settings. With our system, anyone can keep a body fresh as a daisy for as long as you need. In the unlikely event of a problem, the red light will activate and an alarm will sound immediately. The exterior is stainless steel and we do offer an optional leather upholstery upgrade package. Makeshift morgue. Avaappa nyt joku kaappitestiksi. Älä siitä avaa, aivan sama. Voisin nyt katsoa ehkä varmistaa, että onko siellä niitä podyja. Garden ja Dojo. Ja sit noi Dormin. Okei. Mennään eka Garden ja Dojo, koska ne on täällä. Ja Tokohan on täällä.
What do you want? What's your problem?
Oletko varma, että täällä ei ole vihjeitä? No, ei tää kyllä välttämättä ole. Ei Tokokaan ollut löytänyt mitään. Toki se, että Toko ei löydä sieltä mitään, niin ei kerro vielä yhtään mistään mitään. Menin sit takaisin sinne samaan paikkaan, heille veti hyvä. Mutta jotenkin tyhmää, että jos sä tuut tuolta dojosta ulos ja se on niinku naama edellä siihen dojoon. Miksi se on niinku tälleen? Niinku peruuttamalla, kun se tulee pois sieltä huoneesta. No vähän sama kuin pelasin joskus semmoista jotain ensimmäisen persoonan kliksutteluseikkailua, semmoinen joku psykologinen kauhu, mitä tuppaa kun sieniä sateella tonne Steamiin. Niin siinä oli tosi hämäriä noi ovesta ulos tulemiset. Siinä mentiin siellä niinku ruutu kerrallaan eteenpäin. Niin saattoi, että jostain huoneesta käytävän päässä tullaan käytävän keskelle ja naamaa johonkin ihan muuhun suuntaan. Ja sitten ei ikinä tiedä mihin helvetin oveen on menossa ja mistä tulossa. Mikä sitä mitä on niin vaikea tehdä silleen, että jos sä menet ovesta ulos, niin sä menet siihen oven eteen ja se ovi jää sun selän taakse. On tosi helppo jatkaa navigoimista. Mukuro's body is gone. Could it be in the biolab? But corpses aren't the only thing I need to check in here. There's one other thing. The tarp. I didn't notice this before, but there's a small stamp on one corner of the tarp. Biolab. Ja takaisin bioläppiin. Nyt se ehkä uskaltaa avata joku kaapinkin. Ai siinä oli kaikki. Okay. Ei tsekata kanaa, ei tsekata sprinklereitä, ei tsekata mitään. Ne on jotenkin ankeeta, että kun menee ekana tonne bioläppiin, niin ei voi avata niitä kaappeja. Sit pitää käydä eka tuolla ja sit voi avata ne kaapit. Ois sit tehnyt mieluummin tästä pelistä silleen, että mennään niinku järjestyksessä tietyt paikat läpi. Ettei nyt tämmöstä edestakaisin juoksentelua. Niin katoppa onko se Mukuro siellä. Since Mukuro's body disappeared from the garden, could it be in here? I need to check, but I have no idea how to open this thing. Just tässä haluat ne saatanan ohjeet sitä lapusta. Oh, there's some kind of booklet here. Instruction manual. The blue light will let you know the automated systems have activated. In the unlikely event of a problem, the red light will activate and an alarm will sound immediately. No. Saatana. Pitääkö niitä tarpeja aika katsoa? No ei. Selvä. No ei voi tuolla tehdä ainakaan nyt vielä mitään. Ai. Sitten kakkosen dormi. Jokkosen karvi. Tuota kautta. Täällä tonni. Which means I have to do it. I have to go upstairs. Kolikko. Big Pile of Ruble oli vessassa. Ei muistuttanut edes vessaa. Voiko sä mennä naisten vessaan jo? Even in a place like this, I can't bring myself to go in. Jeesus Kristus sen. Täällä ei ole mitään. Ai, se. Joku kirahvi ovessa. Locker rooms. This room is filled with lockers. Must have been for the Hope Speak students who came before us. Onko näin? Jeesus, pitää vain tutkittava. Koliko? Ai can't imagine any way to get this locker open. I'm not even gonna bother trying. Mutta toihan näyttää siltä, että sä näet sinne sisään kyllä, kun toi ovi on noin mutkalla. Vai tulkitseks mä tota jotenkin väärin? Eihän sun tarvi saada sitä auki. Katot vaan, että onko siellä mitään. There's a card reader installed on the door. That must be how you get the locker open. Mut siis sillä... Maybe only the locker's owner can open it. Hey, no shit. Mut sieltä kun hyvä kun tää on se. Pystynköhän avaamaan tämän, mikä on ehjä? Ja sit tommonen hajala, mihin näkee sisään. En pysty tekemään tälle mitään, edes katsomaan sisään. Jotenkin semmonen fiilis, että niinku... Tai mitään tolkkua. Tästä se varmaan sanoo taas sama. It looks like this locker is already broken. Ja jaa. Tuolla on joku lappu tuolla alhaalla. Ei se ei oo mitään. Asia kunnossa. Eikö se onkin vaan toi hyylylevy? Mä katsoin, että se on joku semmonen dokumentti tai joku, mutta se onkin toi alahyyly, mikä on romahtanut tohon tolleen kyykiasentoon. Mitä kaikkia pystyy tutkimaan? Yksi vielä. Eipä ollut siitäkään mitään hyötyä. Sitten matka jatkuu. Oi, viinakaappi. More adult atmosphere. It's the headmaster's private room.
Indeed.
Sä oot käynyt täällä jo useeseen otteeseen. Niinku tässä vaiheessa vaikka keskeytään koko Hope Speak-sessio. Tossa on ovi.
So... Indeed.
Onhan siellä, kun se näkyy siinä helvetin kartassakin se hidden room.
Indeed.
Enter the right password and the door should open right up.
However... It's true. Whew.
Whew. Mitään hajaa, miten noin menee. Saatana typerästi tehty. Miksi toi ei pysy alempana? Okei. Okay. Leather chair. Sitten on varmaan toi näyttö on yksi. There's a PC on the desk. It must have belonged to the headmaster. Yes, no. Siitä ei ole mitään hyötyä.
However, in other words,
ultimate despair isn't one individual, but instead points to some kind of group. That group is responsible for the tragedy.
however... Whew. Correct.
The ultimate despair. Okay. Niin olisin tääkin voinut sanoa se, no jos nää juttelisi jostain asioista jotenkin, niin...
What?
Näyttää tota omaa karttaansa, että hei, tossa on muuten tommonen salahuone.
Well,
Minäpä kokeilen näpytellä Kyokon siihen.
hey,
Password. Boom. Makoto osui oikeeseen.
why?
Why? Koska sun isäs on tämä rehtori ja hän halusi muistella sinua. Hyvä kun toi, että hänen katseensa kohdistui vain yhteen asiaan, eikä hän pystynyt keskittymään minuun. Jotenkin jos kuvitellut, että se on toi kuva tuolla, missä vissiin toi isä pitää tuota Kyokoa, mutta se olikin toi lahja. Eka pitää tsekata lahja, ennen kuin voi tsekata yhtään mitään muuta.
Makoto. It would seem... Anyway...
I'm just gonna open it. Step by heavy step, I approach the box. Yes. Bonus. Luurangsman.
I see.
No, kenenkäs jäänteet siellä? Oletko jo päätellyt tämän?
Wrong.
My father.
Correct.
Jaa, ne oli se isä.
So...
Ei nyt muistella.
In other words...
Totta. Jos täällä ei hengissä ketään muuta ole kuin me opiskelijat, niin Headmaster ei voi olla hengissä. Kyllä, se on kuva Kyokosta. No nytkö ne vasta näki se? Miten ne voi, jos ne kävelee tuot ovesta tohon suuntaan, tohon lahjan suuntaan, ne olla näkemättä tuota valokuvaa?
Why would you...
Each picture of Kyoko when she was a little girl. Knowing the headmaster had this picture all this time, he must have really cared about her.
Why?
Well, I wanted to face him and tell him myself to cut him out of my life for abandoning me. That's the whole reason I came here. Now he's abandoned me again. This time he even stole the only opportunity I had to move on. Has there ever been a worse father? On ollut varmasti paskempiakin vanhempia, vaikka toikin on paskaa, hyvätä lapsi, mutta enkä puolustele sitä yhtään.
Hey.
Tällä isättömänä ihmisenä itsekin näin sanon. He was pretty dedicated to his job, huh?
Well. Now, if...
I'm sure he couldn't stand the thought of that, and it made him desperate. Onko vielä mitään höpöteltävää vai? No pointless small talk. Tätä ei pystynyt katsoa edes sitä lahjaa.
Hey. Because...
En uskalla katsoa Kyokon isän työpöytään ilman lupaa Kyokolta. Sieltä eihän siellä ole mitään tai niinku... mitään järkeä taas. Eihän toi niinku Kyokon työpöytä kuitenkaan. Is this? It's an e-handbook. It has a label on it that says in case of emergency.
In other words...
Handbook with no limitations.
It would seem...
Guys!
Hey.
Can I ask you a favor? Yes.
So... Hey.
Could you leave? Joo,
Correct.
kyllä mä voin lähteä.
Just a second.
Kyllä.
Anyway.
Se on näin just. Hyvä Kyoko. Noniin, lähdepä nyt helvettiin sieltä ja anna siinä Kyokon olla yksinä. Jos se sitä pyytää. Mennään testailemaan sitä e-handbookia niihin lokkereihin. Jumalauta. Joo, ei sun tarvi sen puolesta nyt tehdä mitään ajattelutyötä. The headmaster is dead. They killed him. Headmaster wasn't the mastermind. Se on kyllä... Oho. Tuli vähän skipattua liikaa. Only those 6 people are still alive. I refuse to believe it. Pikkuhiljaa kannattaa alkaa uskoa asioihin. Joo, mennään sit tosiaan tänne päin. Sitten vissiin kokeillaan avata ne helvetin kaappeja. I took out my handbook. Ei kun käytä sitä... No niin, what about that emergency handbook I found in the... Noniin. Let's give it one more try. Alright. Okay. This is a crystal ball. There's no way he ever used this locker. Ei taida olla Yasuhiro. Tarot-kortitkin löytyy. Yasuhiro Hakakure. Locker Notebook. Saako näitä muita loskereita auki? Ei. Tai sai auki, mutta siellä ei ollut mitään. Okei. Okay. Just one thing, some kind of pocketbook. Looks like a girl's handwriting. No miten sä pystyt jostain käsialasta päättämään, onko se tytön, pojan, miehen tai kenenkään vaan? Saatana. There's a plan to turn Hope Speak into a shelter and isolate the students here in a communal life. I decided to talk to the one who came up with the plan directly. It just so happens to be the headmaster and my father. He was willing to give me some more details regarding the plan. Here's what he said. The point is to keep our student prodigies safe, to keep them as our hope for the future. Only their genius can overcome disaster and only their hope can overcome despair. For the future of our country, our world, it's not an exaggeration to call this our final hope. We must isolate our superior youth from the corrupted world to serve as the foundation for a new era. This is the only hope we have. I hope that you'll be willing to go along with this plan. So that's what my father had to say to me. As usual, he made a selfish decision without consulting anyone else. I can't imagine a worse father. Hei, se on Kyokon kirja. Kyoko! Ai, onko Kyoko valehdellut sinulle? Despair walks among us, and so we survive. No vittu, kun meni nopeasti ohi. Käsittämätöntä. Ei ole edes auto päällä. There's a second despair. We survive, there's a second despair. Okay. No niinhän täällä nyt on päässyt käymään, että toinen despair tapahtuu. Lisää. Ei mitään. Ei mitään. No ihan paskana muuta vaan. Eli Kyoko ja Yasuhiron kamoja löytyi.
This is everyone working well then. Since you're all giving it your best, your generous headmaster will give you a little hint. For those of you who are interested, please make your way to the gym ASA possible.
At the Yumi. Yasu. Jaha. Hiro ei halunnut puhua. Ja selitti, että se kävi jo juttelemaan Monokumalle. Epäilyttävää. Jausaa. Jausaa.
I am Monokuma!
I won't be answering any questions about what you find inside. Okay. What I found was a single photograph. No niin. Celeste Mondo. En muista ton baseball-tyypin nimeä enää. Mukuro, Sayaka, Yasuhiro, Sakura, Hifumi. Sitten oli toi joku Kyotaka tai joku Junko, Kyoko, Chihiro, Toko, Aoi ja Byakuya. Kaikki samassa kuvassa. Mukuro Ikusaba. Then this girl is Mukuro Ikusaba. Toi sanoi, että we are all wearing matching uniforms, mutta onko toi Makoto muka tuolla jossain? Miksi se voisi silloin sanoa, että me? Se pitäisi sanoa, että he. Ei saatana. It's not even everyone. Where am I? I'm not in the picture. Nyt se tajus.
What are you gonna do? Unbelievable.
Group photo. Group photo. So in the end, all I found in the gym was even more confusion. And with that confusion in hand, I left the gym dejected. I have to clear this all up. No, sitähän tässä on koetettu tehdä kohta 6 chapteria. Kiva, että tsemppiä löytyy vielä. Pitääkö minun sitten oikeesti käydä kyseleen kaikilta jotain? Tuo on joku huutis. Archive. Byakuya on siellä. Byakuya. Buyakasha. Tatu täällä käytyä pitkään aika. Niinku ton kirjaston kautta. Tännehän varpattiin tossa Mukuro-keississä kyllä yhteen otteeseen.
That's enough.
I have nothing to talk to you about. Don't talk to me. Like he was purposely trying to avoid me. Sehän on koittanut tehdä sitä koko tän helvetin pelin ajan. Ei nyt varmaan tässä vaiheessa enää yllätyksenä tuu. Niin mennäis konfronttaan toi Yasu. Miksi olit niin epäilyttävä? Aha. Hei, nyt Toko on sentään osannut avata noi kaapit.
I see. Aha! Have you reached that certain age?
Bingo bazinga. We share some basic knowledge, but our memories are very much separate.
SOB!
Don't say it like it's a bad thing. Ja mä täällä lueskelen näitä random juttuja ääneen. Genocide checks memory. Where is my little darling?
Yes, yes. Oh, I'm on fire.
Yeah! Yeah! Yes. No niin.
Right. Makoto. Indeed. Listen. It would seem
It's a morgue. Joo, mä tajusin sen itekin jo. Jopa.
indeed. It would seem. Anyway. Makoto. Listen.
Ukuro's body is inside the fridge. Sähän oot ite jo selvittänyt se asia niin kuin ajat sitten. Nytkö se tulee sulle taas yllätyksenä, kun Kyoko sanoo se.
I see.
Juman kautta. Tässä ei mitään logiikkaa välillä tässä pelissä.
So. Makoto. So then.
I can't do it. I can't look inside. Jossain vaiheessa elämää kannattaa kyllä opetella katsoa kuolleita ihmisiä, kun niitä alkaa lähetä tippuu. Don't let me interrupt your investigation, but I wanted to talk to you about something. It's about that announcement Monokuma made earlier.
Because.
The only reason he'd give us a hint at this point would be to confuse us, to cloud our judgment. I can solve this mystery on my own without whatever hints he may have to offer. That's a good point. Is she right? Did the mastermind forge that picture as a trap to confuse us? Mitä sitä luulis?
Whew. Because.
Ei se halua näyttää sitä kuvaa Kyokolle. Onks mä lähtee helvettiin täällä? I can't live with things the way they are right now. Voitko näyttää sen kuvaa siitä? No nytkö tää... Oi Jeesus Kristus, nyt tää vasta tajuaa nää, että mitä noi valot tarkoittaa, vaikka se on lukenut sitä hiton pamfletistakin jo 3 kertaa ne... Miten nämä valot toimii. Tää on joku pikkasen hidas sytytys. Täällä on hitaampi sytytys kuin mulla. Siis mulla menee ihan sikakautta, että mä tajuan asioita, mutta täällä Makotolla menee ikuisuus. 9 lights. Oh, biolab lights has been updated. Sä oot tuijottanut niitä valoja tässä nyt 3 kertaa käynyt täällä bioläpissä ja nyt sä tajut tehdä siitä joku truth bulletin. Jumalauti. Onko se Kyoko tehnyt tutkimuksen? No ei oo. Ei oo. Ei oo. Mä lähden helvettiin. I can't live with the things. You know, I think I've seen a tarp like this before. Vittu... Jumalauta, oltiin tuolla puutarhassa. Sitten se katsoo, että hei tässä tarpissa lukee biolab. Meet biolabiin, kato tarppeja. Se on silleen, että tarppeja. Ei kiinnosta. Mut nyt yhtäkkiä. Hei, mä oon nähnyt tämmösiä jossain. Pitkät piuhat, pitkät piuhat. Ai pyhä jumala sentään.
Indeed.
Niinku ihan hyvä peli, mutta niinku tää tämmönen, että miten sä niinku löydät asioita, niin ei ole tehty yhtään silleen, että sä voisit jotenkin niinku mennä eri järjestyksessä kuin tuossa yhdessä, että ottaa vähän niinku päällekkäisyyksiä ja muuta ja etukäteen löytää jonkun ja sit se olisi ihan fine, niinku joissain point and click peleissä tai aika monessa pystyy tekemään.
Indeed.
The only other option is those other wounds, niin kuin minäkin epäilin jo siinä trialissa, että ehkä ne vanhemmat jäljet on merkki siitä, että silloin se on kuollut ja sitten noi uudet on tehnyt hämäykseksi.
Because... Wrong. Listen. However... So then, at the very least, right. In other words,
Kyokos account. Sehän vaan kertoi käytännössä, no kyllä se kertoi vähän siitä epäilyistään noiden kuolemansyyn takia, mutta lähinnä opetti mulle, että mikä on hyvä salapoliisi. Sillä niinku ei muuten kiinnosta sun pätemiset.
so... Indeed. Indeed.
Victim in this case is, without a doubt, Mukuro Ikusaba.
And so then, why? Hey. Whew.
She could have abandoned me, but she decided to help me instead.
So then,
No, juttelepa sille nyt siitä pocketbookista.
what? What? So, indeed. I see. And? Why is that? Because... What? If that's true... Makoto. So... Makoto.
Jaha, saatiin video.
So,
I found it in that hidden room after you left.
anyway,
You understand why you found my pocketbook in a place none of us have ever seen before. Okay.
Makoto.
Do you have a second to listen to me ramble?
In other words,
Yes.
however, Why?
Why does it bother me so much to know how he suffered?
Whew.
Nyt se haluaa kostaa Mastermindille.
Makoto. So then,
I'll see you at the class trial. I'd better get going myself. Yeah. AV-huoneeseen. Eikö se ole ykkösessä? Oli. Cool. The AV. Here goes nothing.
Okay then, are you ready to begin? I do apologize, but I hope you don't mind if I record our conversation. I'm a little slow, you know. I never really got the hang of taking notes while having a conversation. So this video is meant to serve as a kind of contract substitute. It's not that I don't trust you guys. It's more like insurance. So please don't worry too much. Now then, let me get straight to the point. There is a chance that you may have to spend the rest of your life here in the school. Can you accept that? Thank you. And I'm sorry about all this. Well, I can promise you that I will do everything in my power to keep you safe. As the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy, I give you my word. So, Makoto, before we begin, I should let you know that I'll be recording our conversation.
Yes.
Now, shall we get straight to the point? Makoto, there's a chance you may have to spend the rest of your life here in the school. Can you accept that?
Yes.
I'm sorry I'm putting you through all this.
Well, I mean, we don't have much of a choice, do we?
But I promise that as long as you're in this school, I will do everything I can to protect you. As the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy, that's the very least I can do for you.
Jaha. Looks like it broke. Out of service.
Too bad.
Failure my ass. You got the power on purpose. Well, whatever.
That's right. It would seem...
Kaikilla on muistin menetys. Does that mean I've lost my memory too? Yes, it means that. Bing bong, dinky donkey, binky bonky.
For anything that has a start, and if the end comes, there is no night that doesn't have a dawn. Although that dawn is totally pitch black, there is no storm that won't eventually end. Of course, then that leads to drought. But as I said, every end is the promise of a new beginning, which is why I'm sure we'll get to meet again, because the end is only the beginning. Anyway, the beginning of the end.
Äijä luuppaa pikkasen itteensä. Onks tää nyt oikeesti Final Class Trial? Mä jotenkin ajattelin, että kaikki kuolis jossain vaiheessa, mutta ei vissiin. Tääpä hakee ihan vettä oikein. Ihan saatananmoinen nälkä vielä. Ei tule oikein syötyä mitään, kun se muutto veny 8-tuntiseksi.
However...
Kukaan ei puhu mitään. Kaikki sanoo vaan piste, piste, piste.
You called for me and so I appeared.
Ainut joka puhuu.
Yes! My beautiful scissors!
Well now. Thrills, chills, kill!
That's fine.
How strange. Unbelievable. Today, I'm feeling...
Stop talking.
You guys...
In the name of my family.
Hey. However... So...
Kuinkahan ikuisuus pitkä tää Class Trial on, kun ne aikaisemmatkin on ollut jotain 2 tuntia. No, katsotaan, kohtahan sen näkee. Ja kuinkahan paljon tässä on twistejä sillä, että Jokainen varmaan käydään läpi sillä, että kaikkia epäillään jossain vaiheessa. Deeper and deeper. Deeper and deeper. Vähän muuttanut sisustusta tämä monokuma. Tai mastermind, mutta... Ei oo yhtään enempää skillejä, joten... Eipä siinä. Class trial.
Final class trial, I've come up with a special rule.
Yllättävä kuulema.
So listen up! If you can figure out Mukuro's killer and go on to solve the mystery of this school, you guys win! But if you can't, then I win! And of course, waiting for the loser is the super exciting, super heart-pounding punishment!
Are you saying that if you lose, you'll execute yourself?
Yep, sure will.
And that's final? No loopholes? No wiggling out of it later?
Of course not! Bears never go back on their
En mä kyllä
word!
haluais ketään telottaa, että eikö se voi viedä vaan
Never mind
vankilaan.
all that.
Mutta no.
I just have one question for you.
Oh, you're taking this serious, huh? Are you feeling okay?
Is the mastermind only one person? Don't bother. I already know the answer. You're all the mastermind, aren't you? You're all out to get me! I'm right, aren't I? I knew it!
Group photo places to check headmaster's e-handbook. Okay.
You guys have all been working together, haven't you? I have evidence, so I know I'm right.
Hey, you stole my line. You're all out to get me. I'm sure of it. I have evidence of my own.
What a coincidence. I too have evidence to present. Evidence that proves everyone other than me has been working together.
What? Wait, hold on. This doesn't make any sense. How can the three of us each have that kind of evidence?
3 of us. Huh? Ups,
You guys
ihan
have all
väärät
been
asiat
working
skippasin.
together, haven't you? I have evidence, so I know I'm right.
Eiköhän se oo tää group photo.
You're all out to get me. I have evidence.
What a coincidence. Evidence that proves every... What? This doesn't make any sense.
How can the three of us each have that?
Zinga.
It's not just you three. I have evidence too.
What? You too?
The evidence you're all referring to is this group photo, right?
Well, yeah. Huh? Wait, but mine's different. With the picture you have, I'm in it. But that can't be right. Because in my picture... See? I'm the only one not in it.
Upea toi Sakuran juoksu. Arvostan myös tota Goth-lolia, joka on tuolla taustalla omissa vaatteissa, ei kiinnosta liikuntaa. Ne eivät kyllä Mukuroakaan näin. Ja Yasuhiro kenkuit on kyllä semmoista just juoksemiseen tarkoitetut. Hieno kuva.
Hero, you have a picture.
Okay, but be careful.
Täällä on vähän samanhenkinen kuin toi Makuto. Eiku Makoto, siis Maku. Ja Hassayaka ja Hina vetelee Donicheen. Upea toi Toko, kun sillä roikkuu toi kieli tuolla. Se istuu ton pyökkyön takana.
So the secret in these pictures has been revealed.
Secret or whatever, I don't care. You guys are all in on this together. That's why I'm the only one missing.
But you're in my picture. You're the ones trying to trick me.
So the whole purpose behind these photos was to get us questioning and fighting with each other. The mastermind laid a trap to make us each think everyone else was working against us.
Huh? I laid a trap? A trap? How rude! What grounds do you have for such audacious accusations?
Got it.
In each case, the only one not in the picture is the person who received it. So, in the picture I got, I'm the only one missing. In the picture Hina got, she's the only one missing. And in the picture Hiro got, he's the only one missing.
As long as we're talking about it, I suppose I should show you my photo as well.
Ei, ois te näyttänyt sitä pitempään. Typerää, että se meni pois. Mä olisin halunnut katsoa kaikki yksityiskohdat. Mä keskityin vaan siihen Sakuran upeeseen meininki.
And when we each saw our picture, we just assumed everyone else was the enemy?
Figured it out, huh?
Yeah, I thought that must be it. But how was that a hint?
Listen, can I see It's not directly connected to what we're talking about, but I'd like to double check something.
Sure, no problem.
Yeah, I don't mind.
I'm sure there's something unusual about these group photos. Yakua's picture. No niin, nyt me nähdään sitä. Junkon naamoja roiskutetaan vettä. Mukuro on kännykkä kädessä vedessä. Celeste ei edelleenkään kiinnosta uiminen. Kyokolla on edelleen hanskat kädessä, vaikka sillä on ihan uima-asukki päällä. Missäs toi Byakkyä on, kun toi Toko on tuolla kaivelee päätään? Ja kun niin Byakkyä ei tietysti oo siitä, totta kai, kun tää on Byakkyön kuva.
Can you just forget about the photo already? Ugh. Trying to trick me with such an obviously fake photo? I'm still pissed about that.
And on top of that, they went to all that trouble to make it look like we were wearing matching uniforms.
So you think they're fake? No, I assure you, they're quite real.
But what are you talking about? There's no way.
Yeah, I don't remember ever taking a picture like that. So it's gotta be a fake. I'm sure of it.
But you know, can we really be so sure?
Huh?
Don't get me wrong, I don't remember taking this picture either. But is that really enough to be absolutely positive they're fake?
What do you mean?
Hangman's Gambit. Onko amnesia sana? No onhan amnesia sana. Tai onhan se sana, mutta myös se sana, mitä etsitään tässä. Menepä noin helvetin nopeasti. No missä se M-kirja? Pow ja amskutaralla. Now I understand. Sana, jota etsin, on amnesia.
Let's say that somehow we'd all lost our memories. That could explain it, couldn't it?
Oh, I get it. So we all just lost our memories at the same time and forgot about the photo. Makes sense. As if. You expect me to believe such an unbelievable occult-type story?
Yeah, we all lost our memories? That's just crazy.
Hyi saakei, kun on paljon. Monokuma Control Interview DVD, Mukuro Ikusaba's Profile.
You're saying we all got spontaneous amnesia? Since when did this turn into some kind of sci-fi fantasy?
I promise you, I haven't lost my memory. Ever since I got to this school, I remember everything that's happened.
Onko nää ihan varma?
those photos aren't the only things that point to the possibility of memory loss. This DVD does the same thing.
You're not gonna show us something indecent, are you?
No, it's nothing like that. It's a video of all of us being interviewed by the Hope's Peak Academy headmaster.
When you say all of us, you mean...
I mean all of us, including you.
You lied! I never did any kind of interview.
No, it's not a lie. Just watch the DVD and you'll see for yourself. The headmaster did, in fact, interview you.
What are you saying?
I didn't imagine you would remember.
It's not about whether or not I remember. You expect me to believe all this? That I lost my memory somehow?
Well, we don't have any way to refute it, so we have no choice but to accept it as reality.
How can you say that? We're talking about living, breathing amnesia here!
To be honest, I have something else on my mind right now.
Something else?
You said the DVD contains recordings of us being interviewed by the headmaster, right? What were the interviews about?
The headmaster sat each of us down, one at a time, and asked us the same question. He asked us if we could accept the idea of spending the rest of our lives in this school.
What kind of question is that?
And how did we answer?
We'd say no, obviously.
Actually, we all said we could. Even me, I heard myself say yes. I could spend the rest of my life at this school.
Why? Why would you say yes to something like that?
I don't know. I don't remember a thing.
The same goes for everyone else. Nobody remembers. You don't remember choosing to live here forever, or even talking to the headmaster about it at all.
It doesn't matter if I remember or not. Even if I bought the whole amnesia thing, the idea that I would want to live here forever? That's just insane! How can I believe that?
Insane or not, we can't move forward until you accept it. Am I right?
You sure are, 'cause it's all true.
What?
I know it sounds absurd, but if it's the truth, there's nothing we can do about it.
Indeed. We only have one path in front of us.
Then I really...
Yep, you all totally lost your memory at the same time.
This is all making my head hurt.
And this isn't like some normal kind of memory loss. You stole those specific memories from us, didn't you?
Oopsie, you figured that part out too, huh?
Of course. There's no way we would all just happen to get amnesia at the same time.
But how could someone just steal our memories?
How? Come, that hardly matters right now. If I said it was hypnotism, would you believe me? Or we opened up your skulls and messed with your brains? Would you really believe anything I said? How it happened doesn't matter right now.
What matters is figuring out what memories you took from us. That's what you're trying to say, right?
I knew I could count on you.
The interview with the headmaster, taking that group photo, those can't be the only memories we lost. There must have been a purpose to it all. A reason for taking away our memories.
Of course there was a purpose. It all has to do with the original motive.
You mean the motive you came up with to try and get us to all kill each other?
That has something to do with the memories you stole from us?
It sure does. But that part's still a secret. Anyway, I'm sure it's not easy, but let's all focus on the class trial for the murder of Mukuro Ikusaba.
Okay, so you want us to figure out who killed her before we do anything else.
Jaha.
So who did it? Who killed her?
Whoever did it is the same one who's behind everything. That much I'm sure of.
But when you think about it, Is the mastermind really here in the school?
Of course! They have to be here somewhere.
What makes you so sure?
What does make me so sure?
Exactly. You're just making stuff up. There's no way the mastermind is here. The mastermind is probably a million miles away.
No.
Eipä olekaan, vaan huoneessa.
There's no question that the mastermind is somewhere within the school.
How do you know? Did you find some evidence or something?
In the back of the data center, I found a panel that controls Monokuma. The mastermind must have been using that to control him all this time, so there can't be any doubt. The mastermind has been inside the school all along.
There can't be any doubt. In which case, there also can be no doubt that the mastermind is one of us.
What? Why?
Recall what Makoto told us Monokuma said to him earlier. So if the mastermind is in the school, we have to assume it can only be that 16th student.
How'd they manage to survive all of this?
So we're the only ones here? It's not me! I'm not the mastermind!
Well, it's not me!
I blame Makoto! What? Because it's super weird how you're the...
Oh, I get it! The only way he could have survived is if he was actually the mastermind himself, right?
Aw, nuts! Ya got me!
Wait! What are you trying to say?
Everyone, calm down. There's no reason to panic. The mastermind's true identity will become clear soon enough. Just as soon as we find out who killed Mukuro.
That's a good point. Rather than wasting time bickering, we should put our minds to work solving this mystery.
Yeah, well, how much time have we already spent talking about the murder?
He's right. What more is there to talk about?
If you want something to talk about, I think there might be one thing. We haven't fully established what Mukuro's fatal injury was.
Huh? But I thought we figured that out. She died when she got hit in the back of the head.
No, that isn't actually what killed her. It was something entirely different. Wouldn't you agree, Makoto?
Ehkä.
I got it! All of the wounds covering her body. That's what really killed her.
Hey, now hold on a second. You did read the Monokuma file, right? It made it pretty clear. Those wounds were made at least a few days ago, so they can't possibly be what killed her.
Consider this. What if the murder itself took place at least a few days ago?
What?
What if, when we discovered her body, she'd already been dead for several days? If that's true, then naturally the wounds that killed her would appear to be however many days old.
That doesn't make any sense. Because she had all those wounds before she ever came here.
Huh? How do you know that?
Isn't it obvious? She was the ultimate soldier, right? So that means, you know...
You're wrong.
She denied me. Before I could even say anything.
Mä tykkään niin abusive-kohtelusta, ettei mitään tolkkua.
Weird, okay? At least listen to what I have to say before you deny me.
Make your argument. Group photo, interview DVD, Mukuro Ikusada's profile, Headmaster's e-handbook, Monokuma control group.
Mukuro was the ultimate soldier. She must have been in 100 different battles. So, when you think about it, obviously, she got all those wounds in battle.
Are you finished?
You didn't deny me this time, Wimsey. You made me go all cutesy.
Don't worry, there wasn't anything cute about it.
Ammuin tossa sitten 2 kertaa ohi tosta. Yes.
Mukuro was the ultimate soldier. She must have been so when you think, obviously
She got all those...
No, that's wrong. No, Mukuro didn't suffer those wounds in battle. The file we found in the headmaster's room said as much. Despite the time she spent in battle after battle as a member of Fenrir, when she entered this school, she hadn't sustained a single injury.
to be denied so completely. Actually, it's kind of refreshing. Maybe it's because of all of Master's training.
Anyway, so we can be sure that Mukuro suffered all those wounds after coming to this school, in which case, they could be the very thing that killed her.
As a matter of fact, it's hard to imagine any other possibility. When examining her body, I found that her stomach and head wounds came after she was already dead.
Unless anyone has any better suggestions, I think we can say this with confidence. The wounds Mukuro sustained all over her body are what ultimately killed her.
Nice. Onpas sille laitettu isot tissit tohon.
But if that's what killed her, then does that mean she's really been dead for who knows how long?
That's exactly what it means. When we found her body in the garden, she'd already been dead for several days.
So then, what about the little matter of what happened last night? Makoto, you said you were attacked in your room by a masked assailant. If Mukuro had already been dead for several days, certainly it couldn't have been her. So who was it that attacked you?
I got it! The one who attacked me was the true mastermind. When we discovered Mukuro in the garden wearing the same mask, I naturally assumed she must have been the one who attacked me, but I was wrong. It wasn't her at all. It was the mastermind.
What are you laughing at?
Oh, don't mind me. I'm just getting a little impatient sitting here listening. I think I'm gonna jump in. Let's start off with a nice, easy question. Your assumption that I attacked Makoto is just that, right? An assumption. You can't really know who was under that mask, can you? I mean, that's the whole point of a mask. The true identity of the masked attacker is Mukuro Ikusaba. At least, that's what I think. Do you have
Ei oikein pysty pysymään puolueettomana enää.
otherwise? You never saw their face, right?
Lukiks tossa monokuvassa pitää siitä tatuoinnista? Ei kai taas semmonen, että pitää pöyliä joku lause jostain. Voi helvetti.
I'm telling you now, it was Mukuro Ikusaba!
You're wrong. Even without seeing their face, there's another part of the attacker we can use to prove it wasn't her.
Oh? And what is this other part? Is it the right hand?
Painan pohjaan tota nappia.
You never saw that, so you can't have.
I'm telling you now, it was
You're wrong. There's another part of the attack.
Oh? And is it the right hand?
Oliko se oikea käsi se tatuointi?
Maybe
Mun mielestä se oli
the right foot.
oikea käsi se
Perhaps the left foot.
tatuointi.
Or could it be
The hips.
Mun mielestä tatto oli oikea käsi. En edes kattonut Makoton vihjeitä.
So
On vahva luotto.
I'm telling you now,
It was Mukuro
Oli se oikea käsi. Muisti pelaa.
Mukuro had a tattoo on her right hand, if I remember correctly, a representation of Fenrir. In other words, a wolf tattoo. But I saw the right hand of the person who attacked me. and there was no such tattoo. So there's no way the person behind the mask was Mukuro.
Yeah, well, okay. You got me. I guess it wasn't her. But that still doesn't prove that it was me. It could have been, someone else, right?
Hiro, Toko, Hina, and I all have solid alibis for that entire night.
Yeah! We were in the gym tearing you apart, so it could have been any of us.
Oh, okay, sure. It couldn't have been any of you, but what about Kyoko? It totally could have been her. Uh-oh, no snappy comeback? Did I score a bullseye?
If you insist, I don't mind showing you.
Huh? Show me what?
What do you think? I'll show you the one thing that proves beyond a shadow of a doubt it wasn't me.
Your hand!
It was more than just a little burnt
Awful,
skin.
isn't it? It happened when I was first learning to be a detective. I was inexperienced.
I thought you didn't want anyone to see those scars.
If it means we get another step closer to unmasking the mastermind, it doesn't really bother me. My scars should suffice as proof. Makoto, did the person who attacked you have scars like mine?
No, not at all. I'm positive.
Then this much has been made clear. There can be no doubt that the one who attacked Makoto is the true mastermind.
This is just awful! On top of my secret being revealed, I had to look at those positively grotesque scars of yours.
Ilkeä monokuma.
Sorry, did I say that out loud? I do hope I didn't hurt your feelings.
Not at all. You can say whatever you want.
Sure, as long as it means pushing me farther into the corner, right? But I'm not cornered just yet, because if you haven't noticed, the circumstances surrounding Mukuro's death are totally unknown.
That's true. All we know right now is she was killed a good while before this morning.
On the contrary, we don't know anything other than that.
You're not going to tell us she was already dead before we arrived here or something, are you?
In that regard, you have nothing to worry about. I promise you, without a doubt, she died after our little killing game began here.
Then somehow she was killed in secret without any of us knowing.
And after she died, who knows how much time went by before we found her, right? Did the culprit stash her somewhere? She couldn't have been in the garden the whole time, could she?
If she was, she would have been totally decomposed. Just like your brain.
Then she was being stored somewhere?
But to hide a body here, to just store it somewhere?
I got it! Mukuro's body was probably kept hidden in the biolab.
Biolab? You mean on the 5th floor?
No sähän itekin näit sen ennen kuin sä pyöryit.
That's right. It's actually set up for use as a morgue, so it's the perfect place to hide a body. And it'd keep the body preserved at the same time.
Then you're also saying the body was moved from the biolab to the garden.
And I have no doubt that that's exactly what happened. In fact, I have proof.
The tarp.
I got it! What makes me so sure the body was carried from the biolab to the garden is the tarp that we found in the garden. When I was checking it over again, I noticed something. I noticed that some text had been stamped on one corner of the tarp.
Oh, it says biolab.
Holy cow! How'd you notice that tiny little thing?
No se kovin pieneltä näytä.
Makoto's nitpicky nature seems to have surfaced with perfect timing.
This proves that the tarp originally came from the biolab.
Miksi oli tommonen ilme yleensä, kun jotain noloa tapahtuu? Olisiko on tommonen ilme, eikä silloin kun se joku todisteen kyllä pöytään?
So when the killer moved the body to the garden, they must have grabbed a tarp to wrap it in. Then they simply left it as it was to protect against the sprinklers, and put the coat on it afterwards.
Wow, you made everything sound so amazingly consistent.
But that's just a wild guess. Where's your evidence? Prove that the body was wrapped in a tarp and moved.
There is no evidence. I was simply explaining what I think happened. But you seem to be getting pretty worked up about it, wouldn't you say?
Worked up?
Now that the conversation has turned to the topic of the biolab, you must be getting pretty nervous. Because the key to uncovering your secret identity is hidden within that room, isn't it?
Are you talking about unmasking the mastermind?
You see, the biolab contained an inconsistency. One so major it can't be overlooked.
La la la, I can't hear you. La 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 la.
Such a child. Oh well, just ignore him.
The inconsistency in the biolab.
Hey, by the way, Makoto, what about that one thing?
What one thing?
What do you think I'm talking about? Your family. Don't tell me you forgot about that video message. So what do you think? Are you...
Why are you bringing that up now?
Your mom, your dad, your little sister. What do you think has happened to your family? Are they really as safe as you might have assumed?
Stop talking about that!
Calm down, Makoto. He wants you to get upset.
Need to expose the inconsistency and slam him with it. Mikäs se olikaan? Mikä tämä epäjohdonmukaisuus oli? Tähän.
Are you sure about this? That's impossible! Are you sure about this? That's impossible! What? What do you want? Are you sure about this? Proof! Are you sure about this? That's impossible! Are you sure about this? That's impossible!
Final strike.
I'm not listening!
Aha, ups. Otin ihan väärä.
Are you sure about this? That's impossible!
Final strike. Biolab secret, biolab lights, biolab lights.
This should prove it.
This should prove it. This should prove it.
Yoko's talking about is the lights.
What are you talking about? What about the lights?
Like I said before, the biolab also acts as a morgue. And as part of that, a giant refrigerator was installed in there. That's where everyone who's died is stored.
And it was set up so that when a slot had a body in it, a blue light would turn on.
In other words, if the blue light is on, that means there's a body in that slot.
Hyvä, kiitos kun sanoit saman
I
asian
counted
toisin
the number
sanoin.
of blue lights that were on, including the one Mukuro was
No
in.
pätiä.
And there were only 9.
Why does that matter? You gotta give me the bite-sized version here, man.
I got it! 10 of the lights should have been on. Any other number is incredibly suspicious.
Suspicious? Why? That's simple. Just recall who's died here so far, and it should become clear.
Se oli Leon.
That's right. Any other number should make you immediately
Mutta eikö ne
suspicious.
olisi päässyt myös aika helpoa, kun ne olisi avannut ne kaikki helvetin kaapit ja kattonut, mikä ruumis siellä on. Ne ei olisi ainakaan tullut yllätyksiä. Nythän tää on vähän tämmöstä arvuttelua, että no valot oli päällä. Tai itse olisin ehkä varmistanut ihan vaan, ettei tule mitään virheitä sitä kautta.
I got it! The mastermind destroyed one of the bodies to get rid of evidence.
But if they wanted to do that, they would have destroyed Mukuro's body, since they actually killed her. And yet, her body was left alone.
Then, whose body disappeared?
It may very well be that none of them disappeared.
Well, if that's true, then why doesn't the body count match?
Including Monokuma's executions, there have apparently been 10 deaths. But there were only 9 bodies. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Tai siis sillä, että en mä tiedä saaks niitä kaappeja auki, että kun niissä on se kuitenkin jonkinlainen lukkosysteemi. Mutta jos ne olisi saanut auki, niin sieltähän olisi voinut katsoa, että kenen ruumista siellä ei ole ihan tälleen ohimenne ajatella. Toki jos niissä on joku lukko, että niitä ei saa auki, niin sitten ihan ymmärrettävän. Ehkä se olisi ollut liian helppo ratkaisu katsoa sieltä, kenen ruumista siellä ei ole, niin sen takia sitä ei ole laitettu tähän muuten. Damn. Man. Eikö mitään haju oikeesti? Että joku on tapettu 2 kertaa. Mutta kuka?
The same person was killed twice.
Killed twice?
Officially, 10 murders have been committed so far, but one of the victims may have been murdered, and then murdered again.
Murdered again?
If that's the case, there could have been 10 killings, but still only 9 victims, right?
Toki jos se on tolleen tehty se, niin sit sitä ei olisi mitään hyötyä katsoa niitä ruumiita.
Technically you're right, I guess. But still, something like that
Could easily have happened. No, it is what
Tää on
happened.
hyvä, aina kun mä keksin jonkun teorian, niin se ei ikinä pidä paikkaansa. Tai aina kun mä keksin jonkun teoria, niin sitten joku niinku heti seuraava repliikki pilaa sen ihan täysin. Mä oon ihan helvetin hyvä salapoliisi.
It was Mukuro, of course. Before she was killed as Mukuro Ikusaba, she was killed as someone else.
And that's why the body had to be stored in the biolab until the moment we found it in the garden.
No, that's crazy talk. She was killed as someone else? Come on! Besides, who could that someone else even have been?
All you have to do is look at those bodily injuries of hers, and that will become obvious.
Nothing's gonna become obvious because Kyoko's totally delusional.
Monokuma File 5.
Who is this someone else that Mukuro was killed as? Was it Sayaka Maizono? Junko Enoshima? Leon Kuwata? Chihiro Fujisaki? Mondo Owada? Kiyotaka Ishimaru? Hifumi Yamada? Celestia Lu whatever? Or maybe Sakura Ogami? No. There's no way anyone was murdered twice! Who is this someone else that Muku? Was it Sayaka Maizono?
Pitääkö tästä napata se vikalause? Pitää varmaan napata. Shoot!
Who
is this? Was it Junko, Leon, Chihiro, Mondo, Kiyotaki, Fumi, Celestia, Lu, or maybe...
No. There's no way
Anyone was murdered
twice!
Who is this someone else? Was it Sayaka?
Junko and Oshima?
No, that's wrong.
Junkolla tuli ne piikit läpi iteestä.
Junko. Wasn't her fatal injury pretty similar to Mukuro's?
What do you mean?
Well, remember what happened to her? She was impaled by a bunch of spears, all over her body.
And Mukuro died from a number of wounds across her body. When you compare that to the stab wounds Junko suffered...
Then the similarities match?
Yes, and those are the only fatal injuries that match up. That explains why those two bodies are actually one and the same.
So let me see if I have this straight.
Mutta aika hyvin puettu se Mukuro Junkon näköiseksi. Täytyy myöntää.
Junko, or someone going by that name,
Tai
was
meikattu lähinnä.
stabbed to death with multiple spears. Then her body was kept in the biolab for however long before being dragged out again. Only this time, it was presented as the corpse of one Mukuro Ikusaba.
It all matches up, right? Those wounds Junko suffered could easily be these same injuries.
It's really true? Mukuro and Junko are the same person? Wait, so the... What is it?
It means that there haven't been 10 victims, but 9, which also means that among the people we thought were dead, one is still alive.
And that's the true identity of the mastermind?
Who is it? Who's behind all this?
We already know the answer to that. It's Mukuro. She's still alive. She took Junko's body and made it look like she was the one who died.
No.
So
Mitat matchas Mukuro.
Total silence? Then I must be right. I'm right, aren't I?
Se on... Rohoviili otetaan tuolta. Tohon.
Found in the garden. It wasn't Mukuro.
Kyllä se oli. Naama umpeen toko.
No, the body we found in the garden was Mukuro. That's one thing we can be sure of. The body's appearance and measurements are consistent with her record. Right, Kyoko?
She was 5 foot 6 inches tall and weighed 97 pounds. Her vitals were 31, 21, 32. Everything in her profile is consistent with that corpse.
And then there's the matter of the Fenrir tattoo. So there's no question it's her.
Well, if Mukuro's not the master.
Oisko se Junko?
Here's my answer.
Enosima. Vähän Enonsimaa.
Junko is still alive. It's the only possibility.
Are you sure about that?
Huh?
I admit, since Mukuro is undoubtedly dead, Junko does seem to be the only other explanation. But we saw her get impaled. She died right before our very eyes. If Junko were still alive, the death we saw would had to have been some kind of charade. But you yourself confirmed she was dead, did you not?
She was dead. There's no question. Junko was dead.
So, the idea that she's still alive.
It must be.
Siinä on kossattu Junko.
And you're withdrawing your previous statement?
I know you gave it your best shot, but too bad. I guess your conclusion was a dud. Too bad, too bad.
This case hasn't been decided just yet.
Oh?
You haven't given up already.
No, of course not. There's no way I'd give up that easy.
That's all well and good, but how do you intend to solve the problem Stan Junko absolutely died? Mukuro absolutely died.
Then both of them are dead, right? There can't be any kind of survivor story.
I think we need to look at this from the opposite direction.
Huh?
Let's assume Junko is still alive. If so, how could she have survived?
Onkohan se nyt ole se tosiaan Mukuro laitettu Junkon näköiseksi? Varmaan tulee E, voisin veikata. Tämä oli siihen laittanut. Toi. Aivot vähän löi tyhjää. Noin.
Now I understand.
Now I understand.
That's it. What if she switched places with someone else?
Switched places?
That's right. Before the spears could kill her, she got someone to take her place. Specifically, Mukuro Ikusaba.
Then that would make it Mukuro's corpse that showed up later.
Which is why the body's height and weight and everything match Mukuro's profile, right?
I don't know anything about this switching places thing, but that had to be Junko who got stabbed to death.
Yeah, you're saying they switched? When could they even have done that? Right when she was about to die? Like she used some kind of ninja replacement technique?
Good point. There's just no way they could have switched like that, so maybe the whole idea is wrong.
I got it.
Nyt kovin paljon ajattelua vaadi, että ne on kossannut alusta lähtien tolle.
What? From the beginning?
Yes, from the moment we first met. If that's when they switched, then they wouldn't have had to switch at the moment of... After all, the one we saw at that point would have already been Mukuro.
Hold on. So, you're saying the Junko we first met was actually Mukuro all along?
Then we'd already met her?
I had, like, a normal conversation with her.
When we first met, none of us knew who anyone else was. So Mukuro could have simply told us her name was Junko, and we never would have known the difference. That would easily allow the two of them to switch places from the very beginning.
Wait, but Mukuro had a tattoo on the back of her hand, right? Junko never had any tattoo like that, did she?
She could have hidden it with foundation or something like that. If she did, it likely melted away in the explosion, exposing the tattoo after the body was extinguished. Plus, there were the fake nails found on the hands of Mukuro's body. They were the same fake red nails she was wearing when we all met for the first time.
But if she really did use foundation...
Correct. Even if there was no tattoo on her hand, I couldn't say for certain it wasn't Mukuro. So I'm glad nobody noticed that glaring hole when we were trying to figure out who attacked Makoto. But too bad for you, Monokuma. You can't deny it anymore.
Wait, so the this whole thing was a setup from the very beginning?
If that's true, it was quite an elaborate plan to be sure, making it look like Mukuro was Junko.
The reason such an elaborate plan was possible is because the two of them were working together.
So Mukuro, the ultimate despair, teamed up with someone like her. In other words, it would be fair to say that Junko herself was also the ultimate despair.
What's wrong? Lost the will to fight back?
I think he's just afraid.
Afraid? What's that mean, afraid? Fear is only possible where hope is possible. I only have despair, so fear is an alien concept to me.
Then why haven't you been saying anything?
Because it's a bunch of nonsense. Junko's my secret identity. As if.
Then why did you try and protect Junko's real identity?
I tried to protect her identity. When did I do that?
En muista yhtään mitä näissä on puhuttu. First time was during our latest investigation. Ja tässä ei tapahdu. Ei mun pitäisi sitä tarjota. Ei mun piti lukea se. Ei muten vittu. Sain hommattua aikakoneen Cookie Clicker pelissä. Cool. Aikakoneet on aina kovia. Kuulostaa myös siltä, että se on joku vähän kovemman luokan tavara, mitä on pitänyt hinkata hetken aikaa.
I refuse to give up yet.
Mitä paskaa tässä pitää näin paljon katsoa jotain demoja? Siitä olisi ehkä saanut kyllä jotain vinkkiä, mutta mun piti lukea tää, että mitä tässä on. Mutta se ei ollut oikein. Mikäs me annetaan nyt tähän? Mitä Monokuma on koittanut meidän? Mä näen. Niin se on tää totta kai. Eikö? Jotenkin olisin kuvitella, että se olisi punaissa. 14 triljoonaa keksiä piti kerätä siihen. Keksituotanto on nyt 107 miljoonaa keksiä sekunnissa. Kovat lukemat. Mutta eihän toi, 14 triljoonaa ihan sikaa paljon, mutta jos saa 107 miljoonaa keksiä sekunnissa, niin ihan älyttömän kauan sit kestä kyllä. Naurattaisi kyllä joku tehdas niinku oikeassa elämässä, joka tekisi keksejä 107 miljoonaa sekunnissa. Ai niin, se sulki tän saatana DVD ja sitten me ei nähty Junkoa vissiinkö? Vai nähtiinkö? Ei mun mielestä ollut Junkon haastattelua siinä. Nyt kun asiaa ajattelen aivoilla. Joo, sehän se oli.
And the reason you did that is because you didn't want me to see the real Junko, did you?
Oh, yeah! If everyone was in that video, of course Junko would have had to show up.
And if Makoto saw the real Junko, it would have been totally obvious that the Junko we met was an imposter.
That whole power outage thing was just a fluke!
Try to cover up one other piece of evidence. Mikähän sekin nyt oli sitten. Ei pysty muistaa enää näitä. Tää ei onneksi käyttänyt mitään spesiaalivoimia tässä tää Monokuma. Aika helppo. Photo of Kyoko. No nyt siihen sai käyttää sitä group-fotoa. Aikaisemmin ei saanut käyttää sitä group-fotoa siihen. Se on koittanut peitellä todisteita, mutta nyt sai käyttää, että olet peitellyt todisteita. Niin, miksei sitä voi tehdä sitä peliä sillä, että sä voit käyttää jommankumman ja sit se vaan vaihtelee. Tosi typerää, että niinku, tavallaan niinku valitsin tän oikein siihen äskeiseenkin, mutta se oli kuitenkin väärin. Idol-pelit on ihan hauskoja. Joo, niin se on oma viehätyksensä, ja jos on niinku ihan silleen vähän kolkuttava. Mä pelasin joskus semmoista, siitä on aikaa, puhutaan jostain vuodesta 2007, semmonen Dark Throne. Mä en tiedä, onko se enää olemassa, se oli semmonen kliksuttelupeli vaan niinku selaimessa. Siinä oli niinku oma linna kautta joukot ja sit siinä hyökkäytiin toisten kimppuja ja levelattiin. Ja niinku tekstipohjainen peli. Se oli ihan hauska. En ole kyllä sen jälkeen pahemmin pelannut semmosia, mutta se oli ihan hauska. Muutama kerran päiväsi lokkas sisään. Teki ne päivän 350 klikkiä automausklikkerillä, että sai joukkoja ja sitten vaan käytti omat vuoronsa ja sitten palasi sinne seuraavana päivänä tsekkaa, mikä meininki. Niin Junkon naama on peitetty kaikissa.
Junko's face. The one thing common to every single photo is that you can't see her face. It's hard to believe her face would just happen to be hidden in every single picture, don't you think? And on top of that, in this photo, you can see that Mukuro is clearly visible. So in other words, at that point, the two of them hadn't switched yet. With all that in mind, there's no doubt that the girl whose face is hidden here is the real Junko. Which is why you had to have pictures that didn't show her face. Because if we could have seen her face, then it would have clearly revealed that the Junko in the pictures wasn't the Junko that we knew.
Xanadu!
I believe everything Makoto said is true. Junko and Mukuro switched places before we met either of them.
So she killed Mukuro, who had taken her place, making it look like she'd died. And the real Junko is still alive.
And she's the one behind this whole murderous situation. This killing game. She's the true mastermind and the ultimate despair.
Xanadu times 2!
With this, the identity and the crimes of the mastermind have been exposed.
No, wait, hold on!
Don't bother trying to deny it. There's no more room for debate. You don't have anywhere left to run. I'll prove everything.
Kato, olipas lyhyt. Ei oo kovin pitkä trial. Tai sit mä sain mentyä aika nopeasti. Mitäs täällä tapahtuu? What was the identity of the ultimate fashionista who I met in the main hall? Onko se toi mikä tossa oli? Ai se on tää. Siinä tapetaan tuo. Where did the mastermind keep Mukuro's body? In the biolab. Mastermind attacked me with something. What was it? Rampopuukko. Koska se näkyy tossakin. Käsittämätöntä. When the masked mastermind attacked me, who was it that stopped them? Kyoko. After their surprise attack failed, the mastermind fled my room. Okay. What did the mastermind do with the mask after they took it off? Laittaisin siihen bodylle. Toivottavasti toi on semmonen kuva, missä se laittaa sitten ruumiille. What was the condition of the dead body when I first found it in the garden? We couldn't identify the mysterious body because it got blown up. Oi siinä.
Killer is you. We met the ultimate fashionista, Junko and Oshima, right after we all arrived here. But that wasn't the real Junko. The girl we saw before us was actually the 16th student who had taken Junko's place. And that girl's name was Mukuro Ikusaba. But it wasn't long before she died at the hands of Monokuma. In other words, the mastermind, Junko, and Oshima. Her body was kept in a biolab, which had been converted into a morgue until Junko decided to put her body to use. Junko dragged the body out of the biolab, using the tarp to carry her to the garden. She fabricated the murder to try and frame Kyoko, who'd proven to be one big thorn in her side. Meanwhile, she wanted us all to think Mukuro was still alive and hiding somewhere inside the school. So she put on a mask and then attacked me. After making sure I'd gotten a good look at the mask, she left the room. Then she put the same mask on Mukuro's body. This was all to make us think the person who attacked me and the corpse were one and the same. She wanted us to believe the murder had only recently taken place. Finally, by strapping a bomb to the body, she was able to destroy any remaining evidence. She needed to hide the body's true identity. She had to make sure we didn't find out it was actually the same person we'd met in the beginning. This is the truth behind Mukuro's murder. And the one who carried it all out is the true mastermind. The one controlling Monokuma. The real Junko Enoshima.
Complete.
That's the whole story behind this incident. Well, what do you have to say to that?
What? Are you broken again?
You can't get out of this, so don't even try.
Come on! It's time you finally revealed yourself!
It's not like you're an endangered species or something. How long do you plan to keep hiding?
Give it up, Junko. The game's over.
Over? Did you really think the story would end once we reached the climax of the case? Wrong! There's still plenty more to go!
Ultimate Despair, Junko Enoshima.
We have been waiting so very
Oi
long.
Jeesus,
for
mikä
peasants
ääni
like
näyttely
you to
valittu.
appear.
Tähän englanninkieliseen ainakin.
If you swear your fealty to us, we will reward you with half of the
Kuulostaa jotain niinku
entire
yläluokkalaiselta tai englantilaiselta.
We've even drawn up the deed already. We will grant you honor.
Tai yrittää
status,
kuulostaa, mutta ei
and some of
kuulosta.
our home cooking. Have you made your choice? Will you serve under us?
Oh, thanks.
Oh, did you think I was
Se esitti vaan, luojan kiitos.
Sorry. I was just messing with you.
Koska oli niin kauheita ääninäyttelyä, ettei mitään tolkkua.
It's been so long since I've had an audience. Even I'm not sure what kind of role I'm supposed to play. Anyway, looks like I've finally been set free. Having to play Monokuma all the time, day after day. It was like I was stuck in purgatory. Or like a slow suicide. I get bored so easy, you know?
Face.
Huh? What about my face? What's wrong with my beautiful face? People have told me I'm cuter than 100 chihuahuas combined.
I feel like this isn't the first time I've seen you.
I got it! That's right! It was before I ever came to this school. I remember seeing a magazine cover. And you were on it.
Wow, you have a pretty good memory. I guess that's why you've made it this far.
So I was right. Then what you told me in the main hall when this all began.
Sometimes a little lie is necessary to keep things moving along. Wouldn't you agree?
That explains why she didn't quite seem the same. Because she was a different person all along.
I'm me. And Mukuro is Mukuro. She tried her best. But there's just no way she could have passed as the ultimate fashionista. Two people can never become one as long as the walls of mind and body exist. Not even if they're twins. I know, it's such a cliche, right? I'm almost embarrassed to admit it. So basically, Mukuro and I had your stereotypical twin relationship. The older sister, tough and proud. That was Mukuro. The younger sister, smart and cute. That was...
Me! Junko fucking Enoshima!
Okei.
And together, we were the Despair Sisters, aka the Ultimate Despair!
Selvä. Vähän
She's a totally
cringe.
different person now.
Like I said, I get bored easy as hell. I even get fucking bored with myself. But if you're twins, why do you have different last names? Oh, that again? You have any idea how many times people ask me that shit?
Olisi ollut semmonen mystisempi hahmo, niin se olisi ollut mielenkiintoisempi. Nyt tää meni vähän tämmöiseksi.
Maybe it's new to your dumb ass, but it bores me to tears. Answer answering the same questions over and over? Just make up whatever answer you want. I don't give a shit. The truth's fucking lame anyway.
But if she was your
Kunnon
twin,
uhokovis.
that means you killed your own sister?
And for reasons deeper and darker than the ocean. Ha! As if.
Well, I suppose I'd better explain.
No nyt on parempi hahmo.
For my plan to work, someone had to be
Tästä
able
minä
to
tykkään.
control the killing game from behind the scenes. The so-called mastermind had to operate Monokuma, keep an eye on everyone, things like that. But after looking at the situation, I determined it would be impossible for Mukuro to perform such duties. Because naturally, she turned out to be the letdown of the family, leaving me behind to run off and join some band of mercenaries. Such a disappointment. So, I decided to play the role of director and have her join the rest of you in your school life. I could have let her work alongside me, but she would have been useless to me that way. Besides, 15 students seemed like a solid number to start with. Of course, the fact that she was the ultimate soldier posed something of a problem. She had what I call the 3 atrocities. Atrociously rank, atrociously filthy, atrociously repulsive. It was atrociously clear just how out of touch she was with the rest of society. Meanwhile, my ultimate fashionista status has an undeniable appeal that I didn't want to go to waste.
And that's why you switched identities?
Sadly, her inability to match my personality was even greater than I'd calculated. It was a lost cause. She was nothing more than a bit player, an extra, unworthy of line. Being the utter disappointment that she was, anyone would have expected her to get killed off right away, which is precisely why I killed her. To meet everyone's expectations.
That can't be your only reason, can it?
Well, no, of course not. I also did it to avoid becoming bored.
I've never been a stickler for following a plan to the letter, you know? If I planned everything out and knew just what was gonna happen, that'd be so boring. So I changed things just a bit and decided to use Mukuro to make a little point.
In other words, Mukuro's death was a one-sided, premeditated act of betrayal, just as I suspected. When Mukuro was killed, she must have been as surprised as anybody else.
So you figured it out? Well, you're right. There's no way Mukuro could have pulled off such a convincing performance. But she did teach you all a very valuable lesson, don't you think?
How can you talk like that? You sacrificed your own sister. How does that not even bother you?
What? I sacrificed her? That's what's got you so hot under the collar? Jeez, misunderstandings sure are scary. We were the ultimate despair, you know? So we never had any kind of hope or expectations. Nope. I felt despair as long as I can remember. Like I never should have been born at all. When I was born, I cried tears of total despair. So that's why for us, it's not a big deal whether we die or kill. We're just those kinds of people. We can do anything. We've always been filled with despair. So when we do something, we go all the way and live without regret. So you just murdered your own sister?
Mukavan oloinen tyyppi kyllä. Täytyy myöntää.
That's not true at all. We were twins. How could I not be sad? That's why it gets me so excited.
Huh?
Killing my precious sister with my own 2 hands. That act is filled with so much despair. You can't help but put a super in front of it. It's like super, 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 super despair. No, more than that. Super, 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 super despair. It just feels so.
What the hell is wrong with you?
And my sister too. In that moment of death, I think she must have felt that despair. After all, to be murdered by your own sister, and only as an example to someone else, she must have died feeling such excruciating hopelessness. I'm so jealous of her. Super jealous.
I knew you couldn't be just some ordinary person. You're some kind of abnormality.
Turning your own despair into some kind of fetish. Abnormality doesn't even begin to describe it.
Like, Genocide Jill is crazy for sure, but this is a whole nother level of nuts!
You're saying I don't compare to some lowly beast that can only kill the weak. Right. So I'm hopelessly attractive, hopelessly brilliant, hopelessly athletic. I'm the hopelessly perfect ultimate human.
No. I don't think there's anything perfect about anything you just said.
Yeah, Master's way more perfect. Because on top of everything else, he's got that noble blood. Don't you mean had that noble blood?
What did you just say? What do you mean by that?
You still haven't figured that part out yet? Man, you guys are so slow! You haven't even solved all the mysteries, and yet here you are, yapping away!
Are you talking about our memories?
You've already solved this mystery, right? I'm the killer! So how about the next one? Maybe you should solve the riddle of your missing memories. Then you can start gloating!
Damn straight! That's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to solve all these mysteries, and then we'll have our victory!
I can't wait!
All right, then let's just get straight to the point. What memories did you steal from us?
When the group pictures were taken, and those interviews, it must mean I got it! It must have something to do with our entrance exam.
No fair! At least give us a hint!
Your brains are like sponges, all drippy and leaky. I already gave you a hint before. All the memories you lost share something in common with a few other things. Do you recall?
Mä arvasin, että se on se motiivijuttu. Sen on pakko olla se motiivijuttu. Tulipahan testattua. Tulipahan testattua.
The motives you provided to try and get us to kill each other, right?
So you do remember after all. Well, I would hope you wouldn't forget something so important. It was stupid of me to even ask. I apologize from the bottom of my heart for my bad manners. So then, let me ask you another question. Did you notice that each motive I presented you had a specific theme to it?
A theme?
Yep, you got it. So that's my question to you all. When Sayaka was murdered, what was the theme of the motive I presented?
Helvetin hyvä kysymys.
I got it!
Human connections.
The force behind the motive you presented us with at that point was human connections.
Ding, ding, ding. You got it. Remember those DVDs I gave you guys? Each video showed the total destruction of your most important relationships. For example, your family. For example, your friends. I ruined all those relationships and showed you the results. It was to motivate your desire to escape and kickstart your urge to kill, but still, what a cruel thing to do.
You're the one that did it!
Yes, well, I'm perfectly happy to accept your disapproval.
Okay! Time for the next question! So, what was the theme for the second motive?
I got it! It was...
Yay! Makoto got it right again! That time, the theme was... embarrassing memories and secrets! And the whole reason Mondo did what he did was to protect his secret.
So, how long do you plan on dragging this out?
Relax, relax. Okay, on to the next question. So, what?
Celeste.
I got it!
Oh,
It was money,
neus.
wasn't it?
Seek and destroy! Hell yeah, you got it again!
Paamatti taas tää ärsyttävä persoonallisuus esiin.
Goddamn straight it was money! Celeste killed Hifumi and Taka for a little personal gain. Her greed led to all kinds of death and destruction.
What's the point of all this? Why?
Don't worry, sweet. Now, can you tell me the motive behind crazy-ass Sakura's crazy-ass death?
Ylpeys. Vai betrayal, secrets, blackmail. Nehän kaikki tavallaan sopii siihen. Betrayal.
In her case, it was betrayal.
Precisely. You see, once I revealed Sakura's betrayal, that led to everything that came afterwards. Anyway, it looks like you answered all of my questions correctly. How painfully delightful.
But what's the point? What meaning is there in asking those questions now?
Relationships? Secrets? Money? Betrayal? These are all pretty standard motives, right? The most normal of normal. Totally middle of the road.
But of course, those aren't the only motives
Ii,
that
taas
exist
tää
in this
kuningatar-moodi.
world.
Siinä oikein kruunukin päässä.
In fact, there are as many reasons to kill as there are people on Earth. They compel humans to kill each other, bringing despair to the world. This is what we refer to as the seed of despair.
Seed of despair?
Just as water, air, and food promote growth in living things, the seed of despair also needs nourishment, and that nourishment is hope. Despair can grow only in the presence of hope. Two sides of the same coin, divided by a razor-thin line. Such is hope and despair.
How much longer is this stupid speech of yours? Weren't we discussing our missing memories? Why are you trying to change the subject?
If you would listen, you would see I'm not changing the subject. We are discussing your memories. What I'm trying to say is, the seed of despair is closely tied to your own memories.
How so?
You see, by taking away your memories, I gave you hope. Of course, that hope merely existed to be consumed by despair.
How could taking away someone's memories...
And plus, you haven't given us any hope anyway!
Is that so? All you've been able to think about during your time here is how to escape, right? The mere fact that that's what you want proves I gave you hope.
What are you talking about?
If none of you wanted to escape this school, the killings never would have taken place. That is why we took your memories, so that you would have the desire to leave.
The only reason we want to leave is because you took our memories. Is that what you're saying?
Correctamundo!
Which means if we did have our memories, then we wouldn't want to leave. Do I understand that right?
What? Why the hell would having our memories make us not want to leave?
A most troubling thought, isn't it? But it's not enough. I want more distress, more despair. I put so much effort into creating hope in order to feed your despair and make it grow. So, just like Crazy Eddie slashing his prices and passing the savings on to you, let me give you a hint. Huh? Really?
Then hurry up and tell us.
Okie dokie. Like they say, seeing is believing. I'd like for you to see the outside world.
You mean the world beyond the school walls?
So something really did happen out there.
Now are you interested in what I have to say? You wanna see what's out there? Hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. I wanna see too. See your faces sink into despair. Now then, open sesame! Behold, the world beyond the school walls! This is the outside world you've all been so anxious to claw your way back into.
Kun on jekku, jos se on maailma ihan paskana, että sit kun nää tappaa itse se pääsee sinne ulkomaailmaan, niin tajuaakin, että siellä ei ole enää mitään. Ultimate despair vaan odottaa.
Dangerous. The world has grown so very dangerous. That's what this means.
What are you talking about? None of this makes any sense!
What am I looking at?
This is a scene from a movie or something, right? What you just saw, all of you should recognize it. That world, is locked away within the memories that were taken from you. If you can't remember, please just try. Do your best to try and recall.
Better kick your brain in the ass, because it's up to that brain lump whether you live or die. I don't remember ain't a fucking excuse no more, because now it's time for the final class
Voi juma! Sehän jatkuu.
Come on, bitches! Remember or die! What the fuck happened outside?
You want us to remember or whatever, but when it comes to that crazy, confusing video you showed us, I don't understand a damn thing!
What's the meaning of the footage we saw? Is this another one of your practical jokes?
I mean, you're telling us to remember, but what am I supposed to be remembering? If nobody can remember anything,
This is the end for all of us. What other choice do we have? Come on, bitches! Remember or die! What the fuck happened outside?
You want us to remember or whatever, but when it comes to that crazy, confusing video you showed us, I don't understand a damn thing!
What's the meaning of the footage we saw? Is this another one of your practical jokes?
I mean, you're telling us to remember, but what am I supposed to be remembering? If nobody can remember anything.
No, that's wrong. Actually, she might remember.
Who might remember?
The other token, Genocide Jack. The two of them share certain kinds of knowledge, but their memories aren't linked, right?
I see. If their memories are separate, then even if one personality's forgotten, there's a chance the other may still have those memories.
What do you say, Toko?
Are you telling me to swap places with... No! Absolutely not! That'd be like forfeiting my entire identity!
Toko, you're the only one we can rely on now.
Dun-da-da-da! It's me, your friendly neighborhood serial killer!
Boy, she just gave in like it was nothing.
I'm going to ask you a question, and I want to have it answered immediately. Do you know anything about this video?
Huh? What video?
The video that's playing right now.
Who the hell are you?
Oh, I'm the mastermind.
Oh, nice to meet you!
Nice to meet you too.
That's enough! Just look at the stupid screen!
Aye aye, Roger, you got it, Captain!
Well, does it look familiar?
I don't have all the details, but... Of course it does!
Then you remember all the stuff it's showing?
Of course I do!
So you didn't lose your memory after all.
Then why didn't you say something earlier?
I only answer questions when someone bothers to ask me. I'm the quiet type, you know?
Oh my god, she's the worst liar in the world.
More importantly, if you really do remember, what is it?
Huh? What's the matter, Master? Do you really not remember the tragedy?
The tragedy?
Oh no! You seriously forgot? Maybe I can help you remember with a kiss.
Just answer the question. What happened out there?
Well, I can't really say if it happened or if it's still happening, but it was the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history.
Why is that phrase coming up now?
Because it's all because of that event.
What is?
Are you serious? I'm talking about the way the world is now.
Is... now?
The world's been destroyed, get it?
Destroyed?
Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know.
Copy that, darling. Okay, so this big, awful, tragic event, they started just calling it the tragedy, happened about a year ago. It was so big and so bad that even this murderous fiend went pale at the sight of it. I guess you could say what happened was man-made. But it was more on the level of a worldwide
Mihinkään toi yksi koittaa lyödä tuolla krikettimailalla? Vai koittaako se lyödä jotain Mersun nokkakoristetta pois, koska ei se ainakaan tuohon auton eteen lyö. Eikä kyllä tuuilasiinkaan. Niin miksi se huitasee tosta konepeltiä silleen niinku vähän raapasta? Herää kysymyksiä.
And as a result, in basically no time flat!
The world turned out the way it did, and that's that.
That's all there is to it? Come on! There wasn't a single concrete description in there!
Well, it just so happens I don't know any of the specifics. Miss Moreau saw it all play out in real time, so why don't you ask her?
We already did, and she didn't know anything. That's why we're asking you.
I couldn't live up to Master's expectations! To die! To die! This is the true tragedy!
Okay, that's enough of your little lover's quarrel. Whatever happened, doesn't matter at this exact point in time, right? The end justifies the means. Everything serves the outcome. In other words, the world has ended. That's the important thing.
How can the world just end? It's the world!
Calm down. It's okay. There's no need to panic. Every living person will be dead in 100 years anyway. So the world ending isn't that big a deal.
Oh, come on. Now you're just being ridiculous.
Well, as long as we're being ridiculous. I have another ridiculous story to tell you. It's the story of the Tagami Corporation, which has given Byakuya's life all its meaning.
What? What did you say?
I'm glad to see you took the bait. You bit into it like a middle-aged secretary at an all-you-can-eat cake buffet.
Hey! So, what do you think happened to the Togami family?
Correct! Well done, peasant!
But I didn't say anything yet.
I just got so fucking bored waiting, I couldn't help it! Even if you're wrong, eventually you'll figure it out, right? Till then, you're just going in circles.
So, no matter what you pick, you get the right answer. Pretty innovative, don't you think?
But do you think it might be a disease?
Mitenhän toi on riittänyt kärsiväisyys niihin Glass Trialeihin, ne on niin hidastempoista tykittelyä, missä ei edetä yhtään mihinkään ikinä.
Anyway, like I was saying, Byakuya's entire lineage has been totally annihilated.
What? What the hell are you talking about?
I can confirm that his entire family has died. Even the distant relatives. The Tagami name has perished.
Stop with these idiotic jokes!
Stop! And said with such authority. A peasant would dare challenge us? The avatar of divine punishment? You must learn your place, peasant. You are no longer the ultimate affluent progeny.
They couldn't possibly be gone. The Togami family is destined to guide the world.
Hell, there is no world anymore, remember? It got fucked a full year ago.
Hold on. That doesn't make any sense.
Huh? I don't make sense.
There's no way that happened a year ago. I mean, we only came to this school a few weeks ago. If some kind of world-ending event happened a year ago, then how do you explain the totally normal world we were living in up till then?
Have you considered the possibility that you're mistaken about that?
Mistaken?
Well, if I'm understanding you right, it sounds like you think the tragedy happened a year before you arrived here.
Well, yeah. I mean, like he said, we just got here a few weeks ago.
A few weeks ago? Ooh, I get it. You're saying that what happened 2 years ago actually happened more recently, right?
Huh? 2 years ago?
Well, I mean, you guys all started attending Hope's Peak Academy 2 years ago.
I understand why you'd have trouble accepting it, but in the end, you can't deny the truth. And the truth is, everything is cause and effect. Deny that, and you may as well give yourself up to God.
So, you must surely understand all the hints I've given you so far, right? What are the memories I took from you?
Come now, answer us. Answer with all your heart and soul.
I just don't know what's going on anymore.
Onko se tuon Tragedy vai Life at Hope Speak?
I got it!
Life at Hope Speak.
If we accept that what you say is true, then we've all lost our memories of the last 2 years after coming to this school.
Ja siinä aikana se Tragedy on tapahtunut, niin periaatteessa se on pyyhkinyt myös sen.
No. I mean, no matter what anyone says.
Another correct answer. Well done, peasant.
Seriously? This routine again?
We've lost 2 years worth of memories?
That's right. You've already spent 2 full years here at Hope's Peak Academy. And that entire period of time is precisely what you've forgotten.
I don't remember the last 2 years of my life? That's not possible!
Ja taas mennään. On tää ihan kiitettävän pitkältä tähän nyt Locker Pocket Book Group Photo of Kyoto Headmaster's Handbook Locker Notebook.
2 years worth of memories. I could never lose something like that.
We've been living here for 2 years? Hell no! That's impossible! I mean, I haven't gone to any awesome school events or anything! Heck, I've never even gone to a single class!
This is all just surreal.
Plus, if 2 years have passed, how freaking old am I?
Mä oon 2 vuotta vanhempi kuin kuvittelit.
2 years worth of memories. I could never lose something like.
We've been living here for 2 years? Hell no! That's impossible! I mean, I haven't gone to any awesome school events. Heck, I've never even gone to a single class!
Yes, you have.
Hero, there's something I'd like you to take a look at. This notebook right here.
Huh? Hey, why is my name written on it?
I found it in the locker room on the 2nd floor. If you don't mind, could you take a look inside?
Sure, whatever you want. But I've never seen this notebook before in my life.
What's is something wrong?
It's kinda similar. No, even more than that. This is absolutely my handwriting, without a doubt! But how is this? I don't remember ever writing in this. No way!
It looks like you actually did attend class here at Hope's Peak, but somehow, you forgot all about it.
Lies! It's all one big lie!
I don't want to believe it either. But there's also no explanation for this pocketbook.
And whose pocketbook is that?
It's mine. And the handwriting inside is also mine. There's no doubt about it. But just like Hero, I have no memory of ever writing in it.
And the reason for that is the 2 years of missing memories?
After seeing all the evidence, do you have any choice but to acknowledge the truth?
Isn't it just so desperately dark? The mystery's solved, but it's like a goddamn funeral in here! Shit, man! I've never been to a funeral! Hell yes!
2 years of school life. How many moments of blossoming youth have you missed out on? How many fun classes? How many school events? This was your chance to build lasting friendships, right? And on top of that, something tragically sad happened 1 year ago. The biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. Right before everyone's eyes, the world came crashing down. You absorbed all that despair, but then you forgot it all. And once you'd forgotten, you made the choice to subject yourselves to this killing game. Oh, and there's one other thing. To be even more precise, the memories you all lost were...
Actually, never mind. I'm bored. Explaining stuff is boring.
What?
We are bored of this world. Everyone always talks big, declaring all the great things they'll do. But then they always fizzle out. This world is just so desperately fucking boring!
What are you talking about?
In a way, I'm jealous of all of you. To give yourself over so completely to such stimulating despair.
Yeah, so figure out the rest for yourselves! I'm sick of expositioning all this shit!
Figure out what?
Figure out where your memories come apart. That's at the heart of all of this.
I got it! moment I lost my memories, I can't think of any time other than that day. When I first came to the gates of this school and stepped foot in the main hall, when I passed out, I was overcome with a strange sensation.
Wow, you still have enough spirit to keep on talking, huh? So I don't know much about the details, but it seems like everyone remembers passing out, right? And your sense of time got all messed up because of the memory loss after? I guess it must have been something like that.
After I passed out, I woke up in a classroom with... I assume not much time had passed since I'd collapsed in the main hall.
But instead, 2 whole years had gone by.
The reason it felt so short was because our memories of the time in between had been completely removed.
You got it, honey. 2 years of memories? Poof! Gone! Which means, of course...
When everyone met for the first time, it wasn't actually for the first time. Unaware of this fact, you took the time to introduce yourselves to each other, but
by that point, we'd already spent 2 years together at the school. That's what those photos reveal, isn't it?
Yep, that's what they reveal. You were all such close friends. You spent 2 years together, and then you started killing each other. And it was all so you could escape into a world that's already been annihilated. What a terribly tragic tale.
Kunnon
Even if you left now, there's nothing you
epätoivosuunnitelma,
can do
niinku
to fix it.
tarkoituskin tietysti oli.
You're the one who set things up to be like this!
I love you all so much.
What?
Once your school life here began, I thought about you constantly. It's only natural that I would fall in love.
So, since I love you guys so much, I'll tell you all about it. All about the idea we came up with as the ultimate despair. Our plan to bring despair to all mankind. Let's go back in time 2 years, okay? Back to when everyone first came to this school. School life during that first year overflowed with hope and happiness. Oh boy, it was just the worst. Everyone was enjoying themselves so much. You were all having the time of your lives.
But that couldn't last forever, of course. The peacefulness only made it through that first year. Because after that, an event unfolded that hammered a soul-crushing despair into all of humanity. The biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. The tragedy. All too soon, the world's days of peace came to a bloody end. And as you can imagine, the school was no exception. The tragedy even made its way here, leading to the extermination of most of the students.
What are you?
What do you mean?
The most tragic event in human history, and the ultimate despair that caused it. I can't believe it's all because of just you and Mukuro. Was it some kind of organization? An angry mob? An incredibly motivated family?
You have a point. If I had to describe it, I'd say it was none of those. How can I put it? It was more of an ideological thing. Despair is contagious, you know. It's almost like a natural phenomenon. Everyone is capable of it, and now the entire world has fallen into
In other words, if you see despair as the enemy, then your enemy is the world itself.
I just don't understand why.
We didn't ask you to try to understand. This was a tangent anyway, unrelated to the matter at hand.
Okay, so let's get back to the story. Hope's Peak had taken so much damage. You guys were the only survivors. The members of the 78th class of Hope's Peak Academy were the only ones left.
And then, something super neat happened. Now pay attention, because this is important, and I'm only gonna say it once. So guess what? To protect everyone who had survived, Hope's Peak was transformed into a shelter. That's right. It was transformed into a shelter. Ah, I said it twice.
Now, someone was responsible for that transformation, for creating what would eventually become your prison. Do any of you know who that might have been?
Olisiko se Kyokon isukki?
I got it!
Kuulostipa kauhealta.
Could only have been the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy. He wanted to turn the school into a shelter to try and protect us. To protect us from the despair and tragedy taking place outside. That's why he asked us.
We believe he had something like that in mind, yes. If you, the collective hope of a new generation, could survive, maybe the world could have a fresh start.
Yeah, the headmaster put that much faith in you.
And because we had that same hope,
But creating the shelter was also his single biggest mistake. It's laughable, really. He was the headmaster, but he had no idea. He had no idea that we, the ultimate despair, had already made our way into the school. So what was supposed to be a shelter to keep you safe became a cage that made it impossible for you to escape despair. I have to say, it really helped me out a lot. It saved me a ton of time.
By the way, it was you yourselves who blocked off the windows, the doors, all the exits. Under the headmaster's direction, you all went about your work like obedient little sheep.
You mean we trapped ourselves in here?
And then you forgot all about it and started bitching about how you were trapped in here.
Once you'd finished building your little shelter, it was time for me and Mukuro to get to work. And thus began the killing game.
Me and Mukuro
On kyllä vähän kiinnostaa, että miten ne on ne muistot saanut 2 vuoden ajalta erastattua.
That moment where you all began killing each other served as the climax of our global despair plan.
And the only reason you survived the tragedy was so that you could be a part of it.
You let us live, so we could go around killing each other? Is that what you're saying?
why? Why would you do that?
Because this was so much more than a simple high school deathmatch. Rather, it was a method to hunt down and destroy every last remaining speck of hope in the world.
What are you saying?
Well, it would seem that there's a little bit left out there. A few souls unwilling to give up hope. So I thought I should show them, which is why I...
Well, why don't you tell me?
Hangman's Gambit. Oh. En ehtinyt siihenkään mukaan. Hijack.
Now I understand.
Korkea Jaakko.
You're talking about you hijacking the airwaves, aren't...
Uh-huh. That's exactly what I'm talking about. To show the world the murders taking place at this school, which was meant to be a symbol of hope.
That was the whole point of the ultimate despair. When I said climax, that was what I was talking about. The world watched as you fell into despair and began to kill each other one after another. Despair is as contagious as any disease. Any hope left turns to despair.
Isn't the power of television just amazing? By the way, since we started broadcasting, a whole bunch of people have tried to come and rescue you.
Are you serious? But utilizing the heavy weaponry I installed around the school grounds, I had no problem expelling them.
Expelled?
I have to thank you all. They were a relentless bunch, refusing to give up on hope and trying to force their beliefs on the world. But in the end, I was able to give them the final despair. Death.
So you just used us? To bring despair to everyone in the outside world?
Well, sure, but I also gave you a second chance at life, right? So it's like, give and take.
give and take? You're so full of shit!
And there's a reason I chose you guys to survive when all the other students were dropping like flies. I mean, we built up 2 years of memories together. You were all my treasured classmates.
Sorry, that's a lie. I just figured you'd despair even more when you found out a friend had betrayed you.
And that's the truth, which is what you wanted, right? So, does it make you feel utterly lost and hopeless? You solved the mystery, but despair at the truth, right?
Don't tell me. Did you seriously count on the possibility that we would solve your mystery?
And if we did, then what? Our final desire for creating this world of despair was so we could experience one last class trial. If you were bold enough to solve the mystery, only to discover that the truth was utterly hopeless, how would you react? What would you do?
See? Discovering the truth doesn't necessarily lead to a sense of hope.
Truth can be full of despair, too. Like right fucking now!
Not to mention, all those motives I talked about were totally meaningless. I mean, with the world having ended and all.
Meaningless? We've been murdering each other for nothing?
And think about it. You chose to lock yourselves up here, then started murdering each other to get out.
We weren't just random strangers either. We were classmates. We'd spent 2 years together.
No, even I can't laugh at that.
We get it. We get it, okay? You're totally awesome, right? We get it already. So help us. I'll do anything. Just help me.
A peasant begging for his life? Oh, how delightful! We've never witnessed such a travesty firsthand.
But I'm sorry to say, begging doesn't work on me. All I want is despair, and there's no reason for it. And since there's no reason, there's no argument against it. There's just no understanding it. No argument, no understanding. What better definition of ultimate despair could there be?
Wait, hold on. You've just been going on about whatever you feel like, but there's no real reason for us to believe anything you have to say.
Huh?
You say the world's fallen apart, but I haven't seen it for myself. So I don't acknowledge it. I don't accept it as the truth.
Until you see it with your own eyes. Truth and falsehood overlap one another. In other words, you're not unlike Schrodinger's cat right now. Is that what you're saying? If so, what then?
Are you saying you won't accept the truth until you can go outside and see for yourself? Well, you better not. You go out into that world and you're all gunners for sure. Trust me, I'm not lying about any of it.
Well, even if it's all true, I refuse to give in. I refuse to lose to you, for the sake of everyone you've killed.
Huh? Everyone I've killed? What are you talking about? You're the ones who killed them.
I didn't kill anyone. I simply gave you a little nudge in the right direction.
And that's all it took for you to start killing each other. You're nothing but bloodthirsty animals.
That's why anyone was murdered here, peasant.
Say what you want about hope, but we're all creatures of instinct, right? Despair comes naturally.
Hell yes! That's funny as shit!
No! This isn't just some game to us. It's murder! Plain and simple. You stole our memories. Invented reasons for us to do it. You pushed us all into a corner. It's all your fault!
You certainly have a talent for passing the buck, don't you? That must be your hope, huh? But we don't have much time left to keep up this banter. We have to draw things to a close soon.
What do you mean?
I'm talking about the vote, of course. You didn't forget about that little rule, did ya? Oh, and also, since this will be the last vote, I decided to change the rules.
Yllättävä sääntömuunnos taas.
You guys so full of hope, and me so full of despair. I've decided to have you vote which one will be punished. If even one of you votes to punish hope, well then, I'll consider that a win for me, and punish everyone on the side of hope.
Pitää toivoa, että kaikki äänestää Despairia vastaan.
Oh, but don't worry, I won't be voting
voting, of course.
Even if you don't, you still got the upper hand in all this!
It's okay. Nobody would actually vote to kill themselves, right?
Oh, let me just mention one more thing. When I win, to punish you guys, you'll have to stay here till you grow old and die. No fighting, no killing. That's your punishment.
You mean we'd
have to just live here?
She's saying she'll let us live.
If you're not happy with that, then go ahead and punish me. And make your way to the outside world.
Enter a world fallen from grace, where only despair exists, where you'd likely be dead within a day.
What are you saying? So no matter what, we're doomed.
Wait a sec! I just got hit with an inspiration bomb! Dying of old age is boring as shit, right? The audience at home isn't gonna dig that at all! So, here's what'll happen. One of you will get to experience an instant, super impressive punishment!
What? You can't just...
Do you mean to say you'll execute one of us?
And I get to decide who's gonna have to suck it down! Makoto, you're up!
Yeah, you've been acting up, causing all kinds of trouble. I hate you!
So let me make this clear. Everyone has two choices in front of them. If a single person votes for Hope to be punished, then only Makoto will receive a harsh punishment, and the rest of you will live here in peace.
If, on the other hand, you desire to see us punished, then you must all leave this place.
I will force you out, ensuring you all die horrible deaths in the outside world.
What I'm saying is, if you sacrifice Makoto, the rest of you will get to live out your lives.
What? Has your resolve softened? Have you lost confidence? Are you afraid of being punished? Don't you have faith in your friend?
No, that's not it.
It's okay. You're right to be afraid. It would seem all of those around you have realized the futility of going against me.
Guys, it's so beautiful. Your lovely faces, eroded by despair, have come together as one.
Besides, Yoko, you could never betray your father, could you?
What?
I mean, the headmaster's only wish was that all of you would survive, right? That's why he tried to trap you all here after all. The least you can do is try to honor your dead father's wishes.
Kyoko!
One person's despair is enough to seal your fate. Isn't that just the most hopeless outcome ever?
Siinä niinku, itse että voi samaa asiaa pyöritellä kauan. Tuli selväksi todella hyvin, mutta niinku...
We're not gonna lose to you!
So boring. Stubborn till the very end, huh? Well, that's fine. Then let's just hurry up and get it over with. It's time for the final vote.
Vihdoinkin.
Everything will come to an end.
Saaks tässä valita vai onko tässä vaan yksi ending?
And your stupid...
Pelin tuntien tässä on todennäköisesti vain yksi ending. Mutta olisi kiva, jos tässä saisi valita, että minkä endingin ottaa. Tavallaan. Ai se ei olekaan ihan vote. Saakutin pitkä keskustelu.
As long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
If I were to die, that would be the end of Hope's Peak Academy.
Piste.
By the way, the air outside is totally polluted, you know. The only reason we're okay in here is thanks to the air purifiers in the physics lab. If I die, the purifiers will screech to a halt. In other words, as soon as I die, the communal life you've all been living will come to an end.
Meh.
All of you will have to leave. You'll have to go into the world outside, where only death and despair are waiting.
Tässä tossa luki. So we survived, there's a second despair. Toi oli
So, what are you
Pocket.
gonna do? Will you just die? Is that what you want?
Se on tasa 1, mihin voi ampua. Ai lähti enkku tosta pois. Okei. I use my own hope to plant seeds of hope inside everyone else. Älä nyt plänttää mitään seedia yhtään kenenkään sisään. Group photo ei tuo hopee.
If I were to die,
That would be the end.
by the way, the air outside is totally polluted, you know. The only reason we're okay in here
Is thanks to the air purifiers in the physics lab. If I die, in other words, the communal life you've all of you will have to go into the world outside. So, will you just die?
We won't give
Itse
up.
Kyoko ja Headmasteri Hope.
As long as there's hope, we'll
Oi vittu, että meni ohi, että pätkähti.
If I were to die,
That would be the end.
Ei pitäisi koittaa ampua tommoseen pyörivään, ainakaan sinne ulkoreunaan pitäisi mennä siihen niinku akselin keskelle, missä se pysyy paikalla.
All of you will have to go into the world outside. So, will you just die?
We won't give as long as there's hope. We'll never give up.
if I were to die,
Okei,
that would be the end of Hope's Peak Academy.
eihän tostakaan pitää hyötyä. Pitääkö mun noille tyypeille antaa hopee?
By the way, the air outside is totally polluted, you know. The only reason we're okay in here
Is thanks to the air.
Aika group photo johonkin pisteisiin alta. Mikä mä saan hopee näin?
We won't give up. As long as there's hope,
we'll never give up.
Entäs mä tätä Hopein täältä?
if I were to die.
Ai toi oli ton Makoto. Mitä mä oon koko ajan kattonut, että toi Hope-lausahdus on ton Junko-lause. Sitten mä oon koittanut vähän sitä niinku kääntää, mutta sehän oli vittu ton Makoto-lause. Mä oon väsynyt eilisestä. Nukkunut vähän huonosti viime aikoina sitä, eikä kun olisi pitkä muuttopäivä. Niin siis, tuskin tapahtuu mitään, jos omaan saatana puheenvuoroonsa heittelee jotain vastalauseita. Vähän ehkä semmoinen skitsofreeninen meininki silleen, sanoo itse puhuu jostain Hopeista ja sitten koittaa sitä pönkittää itteensä. Päivää kissa, tuliko moikkaamaan? Mikä meininki? Mikä pössis? Onko hyvä pössis? Pösändeeros. Ihanata. Joo, ei sitä varmaan tuohon omaa juttuunsa pysty sössiin. Mitäs mä heitän hopea tänne? Noin. Yasuhirolle vähän hopea.
All my fortune-telling senses are telling me not to leave this place. But to live means moving forward, right? So even if it's hard, even if we're scared, we don't have any choice, do we? I want to keep on living. I want to open the next door. There must be something new waiting for me. So that's why. That's why.
Ai sä oot tehty, että ajat sitten. Vähän hävettää, että omaan puheenvuoroon koitin heitellä noita vastauksia. Tai truth bulletteja.
The whole fortune-telling thing doesn't matter anymore. What matters is my own gut feelings.
we won't give up. As long as there's hope,
we'll never
give up.
If I were to die, that would be the end.
I've decided to have faith in myself.
Nyt tuli toinenkin kissa. Nyt on kyllä pahasti tiedä.
The air outside is totally
Hyvä.
polluted, you know.
Kiitos.
The only reason we're is thanks to the air purifiers.
Heti kun antoi huomioon toiseen kissaan, toisen piti tulla möykeröimään. Älä pure sieltä pyydystä.
I've been thinking about all this.
Tähän pöydälle 2 kissaa vaan.
And I was thinking, at a time like this, what would Sakura do? You only get stronger by taking
Sakura would
adversity
kill
by the
herself.
heels. Confront that thorny path with
Kuten?
enthusiasm. That sounds like something she'd say, right? No. I think that's definitely
Pistäpä
what
vähän
she'd
ASMRää siihen mikrofoniin.
Which is why Yeah! I've made up my mind.
We won't give
Wait,
up.
what?
As long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
If I were to die, that would be
Vois pitänyt aloittaa sieltä vikasta piste lauseesta,
the
niin
only reason is thanks to
Ois voinut
the
tulla
say
vähän
whatever you
taaksepäin
want if I
sillä.
die. In other words, the communal life you've all been living.
Mie.
Don't lose hope now.
Don't lose hope now.
I don't care either way. I'm fine with whichever one is more interesting. Actually, I may not look like it, but I always hated school. Hell, no matter how I look, still hate it. Oh, but no matter what, Master has to come along with us.
We won't give up.
Se tulee.
As long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
If I were to die, that would be the end. By the way,
Onko se enää
the
piakkiva?
only reason is thanks to the
Kyokolla hänellä ei
whatever
ollut
you want if I
pistettä.
die. In other words, the communal
Tai oli,
life
mutta se oli
you've all
valkoinen.
been living. All of you will have to leave. You'll have to go into the world outside.
Don't lose hope now.
What's the matter? You're not actually trying to encourage me, are you? Ridiculous. It never even crossed my mind that I might give in to despair.
Juu, ei missään vaiheessa siinä vaiheessa, kun sanottiin, että suku meni ja kaikki vaikutusvalta, niin jatka oli ihan paskat housut.
But don't misunderstand me. I couldn't care in the slightest what happens to you. I just have to keep my word. I swore I would end the life of the mastermind. Besides, the Togami family isn't dead, because I'm still alive. So until I can restore the Togami family and bring it greater glory than it's ever known,
We won't give
Okei,
up.
vähän loppui se lause siinä kesken, mutta
As long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
oliko siellä Kyokollakin muka piste?
That would be the end. By the way, the only reason is thanks to the say whatever you want if I die. In other words, the communal life you've all been. I can keep on living as long as I have my master's love. All of you will have to leave. You'll have to go into the world outside.
I already said I would claim the mastermind's life, by whatever means necessary.
So, what will you just die? Is that what
Oli siinäkin poras. Mä yritin katsoa, että ne oli valkoiset.
Don't lose hope now.
Et siinä on se joku twisti vielä, mutta ei vissiin ollutkaan.
I didn't really know my father, so I can't pretend to know what he was thinking. But even if we're just connected by blood, there's one thing I am sure of. He would never want us to abandon Makoto and choose to stay here. I can't explain why exactly. But if I'm sure of anything, I'm sure of that.
Ihmismieli on hyvä selittelee itselle asioita.
Just because we don't actually know anything, does that mean we can't understand? Could it be that... No, never mind. So, Makoto. I don't think you wound up at this school because you had good luck or bad luck. I think you came here for a different reason entirely. You came here to bring down the ultimate despair.
No niin,
You
nyt
came
on
here
ylevä.
to confront despair without ever giving up. And if that's true, I think we could call you the ultimate hope. What do you think?
What the hell are you?
The ultimate hope has been added to the truth bullets.
So uncool. Your stupid faces, the stupid things you've said, the stupid way you all treat each other. It's all so uncool, so unhip. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up! Lame, 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 lame!
The moment of truth. Jaha. Bullet timea tän kanssa. Oho, onpa nopea.
So uncool. You dare to stand against us?
Apua, pakko.
Hope is a joke. Who are you? Your idiocy ends here. You're Suffer from despair.
I just love despair.
Kyllä kun mulla on toi yksi kiili, niin tää mun bonus kestää ihan hiton kauan.
You're unbearable.
Hope is a joke. Who are you? Would you like
Onneksi ikäkin loppus kiili nyt.
You're gross. Suffer from despair. Everything is pointless.
Ah, Final Strike. The Ultimate Hope.
Keeps on going.
Joko Junko on vihdoinkin voitettu. Ui, Reikko.
I refuse to give up. I refuse to get bored. I refuse to throw it all away. I refuse to despair. Because all I have going for me is the desire to keep moving forward.
What's going on? What's happening?
Hei. Kaksi B:tä, muuten A:ta. Ihan ok.
It looks like we've reached the end. I think it may be time to vote.
We just gotta pull the lever.
Good. I'm ready to go.
Let's put an end to these trials.
Mä en silti luottaisi tuon Genocide Jackiin. Toki kun se haluaa sen Byakuyankaan, niin totta kai se vetää meidän kanssa vivusta oikeaan suuntaan, mutta silti vähän epäilyttää. Monokuma Vote. Junko! Press. Guilty. Guilty as charged.
The hell?
Indeed.
I lost? Well, that's just...
What the heck?
Well, that's just...
Well, that's just... Toi ei nyt osaa sanoa vissiin mitään muuta tällä hetkellä.
Totally the best!
Pienellä aheka on ilmeellä kuolema. Mahtavaa.
So this is despair. And now true despair.
Ehkä ihan tervehenkisiä tää jengi tässä kovin monelta osalta monen kohdalta.
True despair. Huh?
Anyway.
Totally the best!
Not possible. Don't make me repeat myself.
We no longer fear despair.
Okay.
Because we've decided to enter the outside world with hope. Mä oon aika varma, että se ulkomaailma on ihan normaali maailma, että siellä mitään kauheuksia. Se oli vaan hämäystä. En mä tiedä, näytetäänkö tässä sitä mitenkään vai jätetäänkö se vaan niinku pelaajan päätettäväksi, että miltä sieltä ulkona näyttää. Toki tää Kyoko oli kirjoittanut siihen vihkoonsa, että Despairia seuraa Despair, niin siitä voisi päätellä, että ulkonakin on kauheata, mutta ei näistä ikinä tiedä, että tässä pelissä on niin paljon twistejä, ettei mitään tolkkua.
No. There's one last thing.
One despair after another will stand in your way.
It's fine.
It can't be.
Stop it! How many times do I have to tell you? Don't get in my way!
Se haluaa oikeesti tapattaa itsensä.
So this is how the despair of death feels. It's so wonderful. Even a tenth of this despair, even 100th, I want every last soul on this planet to taste such despair. I want the entire world to die with that despair in its mouth. Okay, let's do this. I've reserved an extra special punishment for last. Let's give it everything we've got. It's punishment time!
Time for punishment. Mikä on extra special? Last punishment. Tapahtuuko siinä kaikki samaan aikaan? The ultimate punishment. 1,000 blows. Now, Cage of Death. Burning of the Versatile Witch. Ei tuu paloautoa päin naamaa nyt. Aika hyvä kuntoinen kaikkien noiden juttujen jälkeen. Kawaii! Tohon se nyt kuitenkin taisi kuolla. Selvisi kaikista muista hengissä. Hämmentävä. Toivoa nostattava musiikki. Joka loppu kuin seinä. That's how everything came into an end. The final class trial. Junko Enoshima, the ultimate despair. Life at Hope's Peak Academy. It was all over. Chapter 6. Taas tuli toi yksi tyyppi spoilaa, mutta huvittaa aina, kun mulla ei haittaa spoilaukset yhtään. Mä oon sanonutkin sen silleen, mutta silti se on niinku... You received the Monokuma hair, tai ei niinku tajua, että ei tunnu missään. I'm here for the game. Tykkään pelata pelejä ja mä oikeastaan... Tämmöisestä totta kai juoni kiinnostaa, mutta en nyt haittaa, jos mä tiedän vaikka joku tappajan tai jotain muuta. Ei mä tiedä kuitenkaan, miten siihen päädytään siihen juttuun. Ja sehän se niinku juttu on. Goodbye, Despair High School. Epilogue. Ei varmaan tää epilogi pelata tästä vielä. You stupid. No, I'm not stupid. Well, maybe a little bit. We all are. But like I said, I couldn't care less about your spoilers. I'm here just for playing the game and having fun.
Hey. Makoto.
So,
Indeed.
If, on the other hand, you desire to see us punished, then you must all leave this place.
I will force you out, ensuring you all die horrible deaths in the outside world.
In other words,
But...
It's true.
Yes.
My beautiful scissors!
Ei taida ihan tapahtua.
That's enough.
Anyway.
But...
For serious?
In other words, am I wrong?
You got it!
Menen ekaan Donitsi-kauppaan, mitä löytyy. Helvetti, ostin muuten pitkästä aikaa itse kävi Arnoldsilla, kävi Ideaparkissa kaverikapereentaina, niin pitkästä aikaa otin Arnoldsin Donitsi. No on kyllä ihan saatana hyvin. Tosi se minttusuklaa ei ole kyllä niin hyvä, se on joku uutuusjouluna. Ne basic jutut, ne on vähän saakuti hyviä.
Could it be... How about that? Woo!
Makoto.
No niin, painapa sitä nappia nyt. Viimeiset tsemppipuheet vielä. Siitä lähtee.
Well, I guess this is goodbye. And goodbye to Sakura. But hey, if we gotta say goodbye, we may as well do it with a smile on our face.
Hey guys! You guys want your fortunes told anywhere, anytime. You just let me know. I'll be there.
You know how much I hate being annoyed, but if something does come up, you may as well let me know. I can't guarantee I'll actually bother listening, but, you know.
I don't know why, but I have a burning desire to start writing. I might be able to pull it off. A story about Master and me, and the others, I guess.
Tosta saa kyllä varmasti bestselleri, kun tekee tästä kirjan tästä kokemuksista. Joko fiktiivisen tai tietokirjallisen.
I really don't know what to say. I guess we graduated?
Nytkö se painaa? I have to push even harder. No, paina sitä nappia nyt kovempaa. Noniin. No onko se tehty just silleen, että jätetään pelaaja mielikuvituksen varaan, sitten saa itse päättää minkäinen loppu. Toki mä en tiedä, että onko se kakkososa semmonen, että jatkuuko se suoraan tästä vai onko se niinku oma pelinsä. Toki jos niinku toi kakkososa jatkuu tästä suoraan, niin sit ihan ymmärrettävää, että ne ei näytä tossa mitään. Mutta ei semmosetkaan loput on yllättäviä elokuvissa ja peleissä ja kirjoissa, että jätetään vähän niinku katsojan päätettäväksi siitä, että mitä siellä ulkona oli. Haluan uskoa, että siellä oli ulkona ihan hyvä maailma. I want to believe in hope. Kiitos. Ei se nyt aina ihan kovin hyvin ole pelattu kaikissa trial-kohtauksissa, mutta muuten ihan hyvä. Ihan viihdyttävä peli. Kiitos, että vähän niinku laitoit minun pelaamaan tämän jo tässä vaiheessa elämää läpi. What a shit ending song. No sit, yeah, kind of agree. Not the best one you could have. But maybe you should get something better to do than acting like a jerk in a Twitch chat on a Sunday day. Joo, mä estin sen nyt, kun se alkoi menee tosi raskaaksi. Jossain vaiheessa vaan huvitti, että niinku, miten voi jätkällä niinku riittää into. Mä en ole ikinä käsittänyt, miten jengi riittää into. Jossain helvetin netissä käydä läpi jotain videoita, missä jengi pelaa jotain tiettyjä peliä ja sitten käydä kertomassa spoilereita sillä, että ymmärrät, että se joillekin varsinkin on tosi... Mua ei ole ikinä haitannut spoilerit, mulla on ihan sama. Ei se vie muuta niinku sitä viihden nautintokokemusta pois, mutta ymmärrän, että se monelle vie sen. Mut sillä, että niinku mikä hitto saa ihmisen käyttäytyy tolleen. En niinku ikinä pystynyt tajua. Tai saaks tosta jotain mielihyvää? No niin, mä mietin, että kai ne siitä saa mielihyvää kun käyttäytyy, no, mutta kyllähän siinä on taustalla pakko olla jotain niinku, vähän ongelmia omassa elämässäkin, tai sitten jotain, mitä kannattaisi ehkä työstää tai koittaa lähteä työstää jonkun kautta. Koska eihän toi nyt niinku silleen ns. Normaalia käytöstä. En mä tiedä mikä on normaalia käytöstä, mutta silleen kuitenkin miten tavallisesti ihmiset harrastaa. Varmaan jotain omaa pahoinvointia koetaan purkaa muihin. Kannattaisi niitäkin vaan kuunnella Makotoa ja hankkia toivoa elämään. Eikä antautua despairille. Epätoivon valtaa. No, semmoista se on. Mutta se on kyllä ihan totta, että ei tää mikään maailman paras biisi. Se on aina pettymys, jos on joku hyvä anime. Ja sit siinä on tosi huono alku- ja lopputunnari. Kun aina jotenkin odottaa, että joissain animeissa niin saakelin kovat tunnusmusiikit ja soundtrackit ylipäätään. Kun löytyy joku hyvä, hito hyvä anime, niin sit siinä onkin ihan todella huono tunnusmusiikki, niin se on jotenkin aina pettymys. Pitää aina väkisin skipata se alkudemo sen sijaan, että vois vaan bilettää. Pitäisikö sitä pelata sitten se kakkososa heti putkeen läpi vai pitäisikö pelata välissä joku vähän chillimpi peli ja sit tulla taas uusilla aivovoimilla tähän. Pitää katsoa mikä viba on. Vois kyllä melkein pelata sen toisen putkeen tähän. Toki riippuu vähän mikä siinä mun Steam Backlog-projektissa on seuraava peli muutenkaan, että jos se on joku mikä ei oo kovin chilli peli, niin sit on sama pelata tää, mutta jos siellä on joku semmonen pikkunen peli, mikä ei vaadi aivotoimintaa, niin sit vois välissä pelata semmosen ja sit pelata Danganronpaa, mutta katsotaan. Mitään hajua meinaa. Sen näkee sitten kun mä pohdin seuraavaa pelikertaa.
Interesting. Things are getting very interesting indeed. Like I said at the beginning, I'm not a teddy bear. I am Monokuma, and I am this school's headmaster.
Aha. Pientä cliffhangeria loppuu vielä. Got an item. Easter egg present. Danganronpa. This is a what-if simulation type play mode. Okay. Oliko tää extra? Ei mennä pelaa mono-machiniä vielä. On 200 koikkoa, mä pistän 200 kerran siihen. Jeesus, tässä ei voi laittaa sille. 99 on maksimi. Aha. Selvä. Tuli ainakin uniikki itemi. Ja laki. Kaiken lisäksi. Mitä hajua mikä toi on? No, tosi usein ei saa mitään selvää. Toista 99. Ja sit 2. Onks toi joku hattu? En tiedä. Lucky. Näin tulee lakia aika paljon, kun vetelee 100 näitä. Nice. Glasses. Toinenkin laki vielä. Puhelin. Miten tommonen puhelin mahtuu tommoseen pieneen palloon? Kysynpähän vaan. Hei! Tuli uniikki itemi, vaikka oli melkein 30 pinnaa. Repeat person. Joo. Eikä se ykkösosa ollut siinä. Hyvä peli. Hyvä peli. Erittäin hyvää dialogia, hyvää twistiä, hyvin tehty kaikki ne. Ehkä jossain kohdassa olisi toivonut vähän semmoista nopeatempoisempaa, mutta ei se mitään haittaa. Mutta nyt lähdet nyt nukkuu ennen yövuoroa. Hyvä idea. Ei muuta kuin hyvää yötä. Ja kiitos seuraamisesta. Itsekin lähden nyt kauppaan ostaa ruokaa. Nähdään taas joskus. Nyt näkemiin.